access to this action spreadsheet that was drafted by specialists, people with a great deal of expertise. There's more than 350 actions for us to unfold, and the department itself could never take on that many actions. It depends on innovation, on funding, on the municipalities, on the treasury, and many different actors. So, as Luis said, we designed this strategy, which is the state's perspective towards everything that was put into the recommendations in terms of public policy within the state as well as at the federal level, and try to turn it into something that the municipalities can use as a directing document. It will be available in the Rio 2030 page as well as on the federal government page. We weren't able to print it. It still needed to be edited somewhat. It will go to print soon. Anyway, at the end of the document, we can find some actions that the committee will have to tackle. All of that in order to develop an action plan and so that everyone can take on their own commitments. Municipalities are able to take this document and use it. There's a form that can be used, as well as the protocol that was developed in partnership with the conservation units. So this was designed to be a tool to be used by the municipalities as the Commission continues to work on the short, medium, and long-term plans. Thank you. Now, we'd like to wrap up the launch of the state strategy for tackling sea waste. Of course, a picture for this wonderful team. Thank you, Turra, Adriana, Ricardo, Vivodik, Luiz Moraes, and Mariana Maia. Thank you so much for your presence and for your participation in this wonderful event. Well, we will now have a signature ceremony for the term of cooperation between the Secretariat for the Environment and Sustainability of the State, Inea, and Senai. For that, I would like to invite our Undersecretary, Secretary of the Environment and Sustainability Office of Rio de Janeiro, representing our Secretary, Bernardo Rossi, as well as Ms. Juliana Avila, Director of...
That agarrios can execute a service. Please, Mr. Cauê. Please, just to explain to you, we are signing a cooperation agreement with Senai. It's a project we've been working in for at least a year, and the goal is to bring exactly this innovation into our work to support blue economy. Senai has the infrastructure and the knowledge, an amazing technical body that has been performing research and equipment, practical work to have solutions to sort out the challenges that we have in our coast and the Guanabara Bay. And we have just signed a permit to Agarrias, which is a project developed by Márcio in Senai. And you can see in our booth, in addition to the bicycle, the solar panel bicycle, we have also signed this. I will let Masses explain it. It's a floating eco barrier that's completely autonomous, using solar panels to seek and capture waste that's floating in the Guanabara Bay. I will give Kawe the word to explain how we can put it in the water, and also Marcus, so he can tell us how this initiative is going to work. Good morning, everyone. Well, I think I won't interfere with Marcus' talk, but I just wanted to celebrate this initiative. Marcus, you're the first receiver of this permit, and we are bringing this initiative through the Inea's Science, Technology, and Innovation Initiative. It is very important because of the act that we're working in, the first of many. And Marina has been a big stimulator, Mauricio as well, for us to bring this public management, development of policy for innovation. I could speak for another whole panel, but the idea is to bring public resources from several sources of funding, research, call for proposals at Petrobras. They're all partners with whom we can open this Pandora box. So, with many channels, with Inea, we're going to be a facilitator to develop policy. So, you can count on us. I'm the technical coordinator at Inea. AICT. So that's it's about the ferry. I'm going to give you the mic. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank both SEAS and INEA for the support. The entity has to be a facilitator and not to make it harder for us to accelerate technology. To innovate is not easy. It's always a big barrier. After all this part of taking of making it concrete, now you have to put it into the water, and we can only do that if we have the support of the entities that regulate the process. And I thank you for all the patience in believing it and the credibility. And now we can start trading it, because before that we couldn't even do that. So any kind of innovation, if not if not we're not able to sell it, it's that. So we can now clean the Guanabara Bay. It's a 24/7 floating barrier, work in circular economy. We put them and train environmental agencies that are going to take care of it. And because safety is another big risk. So the first of them is going to be installed in the San Francisco River in Niterói on December 4th with the support and participation, and also the following up with of Inea. And there's no public entity investment. It's a development that was supported by Senai through the Industrial Alliance, the National Water Agency, through private investment and awarding. So thank you very much for your support, Senai as well, and I hope we can have more technology from this partnership. Thank you very much, and have an amazing day. Thank you, Master. We thank you for your patience. Now, final speech by Senai. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of our president, Luis Caetano, our director, Alexandre, we are very glad about this moment following up with this strategic agenda at the state of Rio de Janeiro, supporting these projects and innovation and technology institutes at Firjan and I are available, and supporting the tripod, the trifecta. We are available to keep this strategic partnership. Thank you. Oh, and please, I would also like to say thank you to BR Marinas that hosting the Eco Barrier, and we're very happy to be here again and in the same space launching this project. Thank you, BR Marinas. Thank you, everyone. Now we are closing the ceremony of this launching ceremony. Yes. That's it. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Now, moving forward, we have the next panel about blue economy, opportunities and challenges. Let's move on. We're behind schedule. Now I'd like to invite to moderate this panel our Undersecretary in the Secretariat of Environment and Sustainability, Mrs. Ana Asti. The Vice Director of the Oceanography School at the State University of Rio de Janeiro, Mr. Marcos Bastos. Professor Fabiano Thompson, Professor of Biological Oceanography at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Mr. Virgílio Viana, Superintendent at the Sustainable Amazon Foundation. Mrs. Marita Kochwisse from the Rainforest Business School. She will talk to us remotely. And Mrs. Solange Filoso from the Bahia Chesapeake Bay. She'll also talk to us remotely. She's in charge of the Bay governance and the environmental health bulletin. Now I yield the floor to Ms. Anast. Good morning. Good morning again. Can you hear me well? Okay, we have a panel here. Yes, it's working. We have a panel in which we will be able to open a series of possibilities and visions, different visions about this subject that's so dear to us, that is our blue economy, and how we actually will take the next steps, what are the main challenges, the main opportunities. So we're here with the representatives of different areas, which I think is going to enrich this debate, this dialogue of ours. So here we have this Professor Marcos Bastos, who had the guts to create a sea university at UERJ, and now we have an amazing work being developed, not only here at the coast in this the metropolis, but in the entire state with his oceanographic ship and all the research being developed at the university. So we have an amazing path of the unfolding with this relationship with the university. I know you're now at the National Oceanography Week, but thank you so much for being here with us today. I've learned a lot. He's a big professor for all of us here. And Professor Fabiano is also going to bring us a perspective of these opportunities and where this market and this possibility that's opening through this vision of new products, bioeconomy, where we can get from that. We're going to talk about this. And Virgílio is bringing us the main challenges in sanitation and how all of that can influence in the development from the not only in the state of Rio de Janeiro, but the entire country. Virgílio is vastly experienced in the region of the Amazon region and the challenges of licensing for us to be able to move forward and make these processes more simple. And Solange can bring us our what we would like to achieve, this governance based challenge with several stakeholders. Solange represents the Environment Universe in Maryland, which is a big experience of governance that started in the 70s and is a big example for the whole world, is the Chesapeake Bay. So we'll have a very diversified conversation with all these stakeholders. I'd like to say thank you for your presence, and well, let's start because we're a bit behind the schedule. I'm over. Okay, I'm not speaking anymore. So I'd like to yield the floor to Professor Marcos Bastos, our host in the state of Rio de Janeiro, for him to start and talk a little bit about how how do you, Marcos, experience this transformation and this process in practice? How do you think this is important? And what are the next steps? How do you see this challenge that University Oceanography and Research, Science and Technology in Blue Economy? Good morning, Anna. Can you hear me? Good morning, Anna. I'd like to greet everyone at this table, everyone present here. Initially, I'd like to thank the organization of Green Hill for having invited us to be here today. It's the second time we're here today. So for us, it's a big honor to be here, to see friends and colleagues. But well, our time is short. I'm also looking at the clock. It's very hard for a professor to comply with this time demands. But well, we have also we have changed this our perspective with this global agenda. We participated this in Portugal in the Ocean Decade event, and it accelerated a lot in especially in this agenda of the blue economy. So we are able to present and talk about the challenges we have found in the opportunities, especially when it comes to bioeconomy and the sea bioeconomy. And today in the oceanography school, we talk about sea culture and its relationship with the society as a whole and the investment in blue economy. It's a strategic decision in the state university, and it has materialized this challenge through the construction of an oceanographic ship. This is not very easy. Estuha here is a friend from São Paulo University. He knows it very well. I've been there. Wushpi has always been uh, a goal and inspiration for us, but it has been a strategic decision of the state of Rio de Janeiro to invest in a flotating mean in the Rio de Janeiro is the third biggest coast in the country, and we have a focus in the blue economy and in sea culture. So we have fishing is a global phenomenon of depletion, and I'll be done soon. Is this the presentation go on or when I started? What is that? Just a second, please. Oh, so I had mentioned that the ocean decade starting 2020. We started 2021 with this agenda, and all the time you've probably heard that. But what I put here is interesting. When we have the 17 goals, we see the oceans directly in one of them, but indirectly in almost all of them. And this is an indicator of the relevance of the role of this climate regulator. We have this extreme climate events. We had most recently, we remember now at the Rio Grande do Sul, it it killed 187 people. I had colleagues at the university, but and then it was the largest. Then afterwards, the largest event at the Cerrado biome, and now we can see another event in Spain. So these changes came to stay. I'm speeding up a little bit so we can see the relevance of this context in our speech. But uh, the SDGs, the blue economy, I have a definition here, a classic definition by Professor Gunther Pauli. Solange knows it very well. And we had access to that, the first contact with that during the Oceans Decade when we met our Portugal colleagues, especially in the oceanic literacy, and was there with me. And what we actually have today is a strategic decision by the state of Rio de Janeiro. The state of Rio de Janeiro has a secretariat directed to the sea economy. So this is an indicator that, about of the relevance of the sector towards policy in the case of the state of Rio de Janeiro. So here we can put the main lines of work and here in fishing and aquaculture, and we can talk about. I'm just to show very quickly, and we can interact. I'm in the countdown here, so we can talk afterwards when we open for discussion. And what I want to bring is our experience, our DNA is agriculture. It's very strong, I've been for my whole life working with the seas. I was a diver and then the professor. So aquaculture is what I can see nowadays. It would be impossible 20 years ago to say that it would overcome through the FAO bulletins of SOFIA biannual communication of FAO. We always saw fishing stagnated in 10%, but now it just is growing. And I just brought some examples that we've been working in today, especially focused as I can show here in this slide, not only production technology, but responsible technology, traceable technology, and we've been working in this assessment that we call multi-trophic harvesting, and we can guide the expansion of the activity, and that's what we have to focus on. So we usually create this intersection between, that's what we say, this we call it a geometry in sea culture, will never reach its status if we cannot equate the environmental health and its social and economic benefits. This is a vision that we have, and just very quickly showing this panel, this graph, we can see the blue line that since the 80s, which is basically when I graduated, until today, fishing, horizontal fishing, it cannot, cannot be more fishing activity in the world. It got to its peak, sustainable peak, for a long time. So there's almost exponential growth for the aquaculture activities. That is great, but it has to grow responsibly. So we have been experimenting in some countries such as salmon in Norway and other cases in Asia, especially in which aquaculture has and a victim and perpetrator activity, especially in the environmental aspect. So something I had said before, today 51%. This was last year. I think it's a little bit more now that we're putting in terms of fishing production. And just to finish here, this is the biggest asset in the oceanography school. I'd like to say thank you that I leverage the previous presentation, some images of the oceanographic ship. I'd like to say thank you. It's very nice for us to be neighbors there from the eco barriers. Will be there, and the ship is available for that. It's an university ship, and we're here to help policies. And that's me. How do I come back here?
Então, falando um pouco, só finalizando, esse
Just to wrap up, this vessel was designed to be a C4x4, so to say. It is quite robust, and today it is mainly focused on human resource training. There's a minimum workload for you to fulfill in order to finish your training. And it has been helping us do that. There are so many bays in the state. One is extremely impacted by human activity, heavy metals as a whole. Guanabara Bay has been recovering well, but there's a lot of activity around it. And our crown jewel is the Ilha Grande Bay. There are two entryways. It promotes circulation, and we have quite a significant water quality there. So these are some pictures. It shows the roles of the vessel. It is a research unit, a training site, and it especially supports our ecosystemic services. Many of you, many colleagues here, even the speakers here, have benefited from these. It is a great instrument for us to promote the Universidade do Mar program. It was born out of a need, and it grew much beyond our expectations. There are several projects and partnerships going on, and many to come. And this only became possible due to our amazing partners. They've been very generous, and hopefully we will continue with these partnerships. Oh yes, we also have a project that we are very passionate about, which is the Vieira production site. It is quite an identity for the region. We pay a lot of attention to the scallops, and so we are currently paying a lot of attention to that. There are many partnerships going on, and we want to expand this scallop production lab. Its first focus is the scallop production, but there's a lot of opportunities there. So in terms of opportunities and challenges, which gives the name to the panel, this has a lot to do with that initiative. It's quite a melting pot of challenges and opportunities. So the scallop production lab first has that focus in order to strengthen the local fishing communities. And alongside our colleagues from the State University of Rio de Janeiro, we were investigating the potential use of it as a medication. Our colleagues from the biology school conducted these studies in partnership with us, and we are applying this idea alongside CNPq, our research fostering agency, and it is mainly attempting to build new partnerships for other purposes. I believe this is my presentation, and just to wrap up, there are so many activities going on underwater: monitoring, production, research, training, and working with those who need it the most, especially the fishing communities. I just wanted to leave this on record. We are working a lot with the fishing communities. But I was discussing this number with Solange. About 4% of our fisher people do not return to fishing. They start working on other things, and we understand that this could have an effect on these communities. So, thank you. Thank you, Professor. A brief message to all of you. This is a non-audible event. We're not able to put speakers on to not get in the way of other panels. So if you're finding it hard to hear, then you can just take one of the translation devices. I see that some of you are having some difficulty hearing. Thank you. Yeah, sound is a little lower here, so that we can, have a good neighborhood. But with the earphones, you can hear a lot better. All right. So the first time Professor Marcos told me that from a scallop nerve, we can produce medication that supports chemotherapy, I just thought, wow, look at the potential of the blue and green economy has. So much wealth. We see that investments are growing in terms of science and technology, and this is essential for us to shift the gears on the sustainable development of our state. So now I'll pass the floor to Fabiano. He also works within the academia. He's very experienced in the blue economy. I was told, oh, Fabiano is making fertilizers, tell him to say this and that, call him in to talk about this. So by their request, we really do want to understand a bit more about everything that you're developing within your context. I know that you work with algae, so tell us a little bit. Yes, thank you for the invitation, Anna. Thank you for um, the event organizers. I'd like to greet my fellow speakers and panelists, and I'd like to write on the back of what Professor Marco just said. Can you hear me well? Okay. Is the presentation up? Well, while they're setting up my presentation, this is a very brief presentation about two interconnected subjects which are extremely relevant for the state of Rio de Janeiro as a whole, in our understanding. I try to focus on the features of the state itself. The state has so many potential avenues for the biomarine economy. Its first part involves suggestions and musings, really, about fundamental aspects for providing support to science, technology, and innovation within our state. People ask me, oh, you're not from here. You can realize it from my accent. But I already have my Rio de Janeiro green card. And it is through the lens of my work with the biodiversity of the state of Rio that I want to talk to you today. The second part of the presentation is focused on scientific aspects of the work. Science is of crucial importance for us to elevate the bioeconomy of the state, which is still quite incipient. So, okay, I'll try to find it.
Então eu pediria a paciência de vocês.
In the presentation, I will mention some examples. They may be a bit distant, so to say, from our day-to-day activities in Rio, but we can very clearly see that it is not so. Not as much as we think, at least. As Professor Marcus said, there was some level of stagnation in fishing activities since the 80s. Since the 80s, we've reached a plateau in fishing worldwide. Does this mean that there will no longer be fish coming to people's plates across the board, and there will be more pressure put on the fishing stock in the ocean? So what's the alternative for providing food? Mariculture, as we call it. It is one of the initiatives, the cultivation of scallops and other fish. So you see that there's a growth of mariculture. In blue, you can see that very clearly. If we were to take the marine economy very seriously, we really need to study examples of success. So I invite you now to take a look at some of these. We have the Moore Foundation here with a $500 million project for the study of symbiosis. Symbiosis is the raw material for innovation, for the discovery of new molecules. We also have the Census of Marine Life in the United States, which invested $100 million in a biodiversity mapping initiative. China created a new national lab for oceanic technology, and it invested $2 billion in it. So these are high figures. Let's take an example that's closer to home, closer to the people of Rio de Janeiro, one of the biggest oil producers in the world. If Rio were a country, it would be the 10th in the world. And this is Norway. This is what Norway invests in ocean innovation, $650 million a year. They're a FINEP. Innovation Norway is the equivalent agency for FINEP here in Brazil. $650 million a year. How much does FINEP invest in ocean technologies, ocean innovation? Is that around the same order of magnitude? Sorry. Okay. It's quite different. It's good that you're here, Professor Landau. You will, confirm. What about CNPq? The Norway one, their research council. It invests $200 million a year in ocean-related research and innovation. However, Norway disposes of a much lower research capacity. So why do they invest so much more? So how much does the Brazilian CNPq invest in ocean technologies? I know it's a soft subject. A lot of people do not like to discuss it, but it is a focus point. We either invest seriously in science and ocean technology, or Brazil and the state of Rio de Janeiro as a whole will simply fall behind. Well, this is our funding map. It's been quite heavily debated. This is the level of investment in science, innovation, and technology in the state of Rio de Janeiro. You can feel free to question it if you don't agree with it. Professor Landau, Marcos, and all the other researchers present here, Professor Cristiane, Felipe, Professor Ana. Almost 75% of our research is funded by FAPERJ. It is a benefit to us that we have a FAPERJ. So CNPq, CAPES, FINEP, all of these other agencies, how much do they contribute? A very low percentage. Below 25%. If you add them all up, it's around 30%. All of these funding agencies. The support provided by all of these bodies, so CNPq, CAPES, FINEP, and others, which could be NGOs, money from abroad, etc. It's all added up less than 30%. It almost seems like Rio is not in Brazil, and Brazil is not Rio. We really do need to tackle this. What are the agencies that could fight for, innovation in the ocean and should question these values? So, the suggestions arrived after 4 years of research. Medium and long-term investment is required. Continuous training, as Professor Marcos said, training the youth on board of these training vessels, not just in this university, but in others. Soon we'll have our own in the State University of Rio. Investment in innovation, in mariculture, in DNA research. All of these items are crucial and they need to be taken seriously if we want to take the marine bioeconomy seriously. The product of marine bioeconomy in Norway is salmon, one of their main exports, and it provides them with a lot of dividends. But it's also involved in medication, in the production of technology that we purchase. We could be selling technology to them. They produce other food products from the ocean. They foster food-related companies, transport companies. They're good role models. So, I still have 3 minutes. And I'll briefly conclude.
E essa segunda parte é onde nós ampliamos o conhecimento na Baía da Ilha Grande.
This is how we expanded the knowledge in the Ilha Grande Bay.
Ele consiste de duas etapas.
Scallop cultivation has two stages. One is within the laboratory,
No oceano.
and another takes place in the ocean.
Essa etapa do laboratório ela tem sido muito bem sucedida.
The laboratorial stage has been widely successful. We have controlled conditions, water quality, all of these parameters are controlled. However, the ocean stage presents various challenges. One of them is the environmental health of the location. The environmental health of the Ilha Grande Bay is facing a lot of challenges. I will show you some data points that hopefully will convince you of that. This is a portrait of the collapse of the scallop production in the region. It is pretty much null nowadays due to the Ilha Grande Bay pollution. This was published last year. What the study demonstrates is that the Ilha Grande Bay is in a quick route of descent. This was done by our state university group. So we started with 50 tons to very few tons, 2 to 3 maybe a year. So what are the motives? We started investigating in order to shed some light on these issues. And what we found was, first, global change that very likely has a role. Climate change. So a decrease in chlorophyll from 2010 to 2022. This change is very much associated to circulation patterns, to the heating of the water, the elevation of heterotrophic organisms, which coincidentally could be pathogens. So what did we see in the metagenome analysis? You can clearly see an increase in pathogens during the winter due to the increase in temperature. And these pathogens can kill scallops, which was proved in our laboratorial testing. We have several microorganisms here that are carried by the rivers within the Ilha Grande Bay. And do they reach the scallops?
What do you think? Do these pathogens that are in water, would they? Yes, they would get to them, right? This is the tissue that's relatively healthy, the muscle fibers, and this is the diseased one. So we have between the sarcomers, we have the cells that you see here. They're bacteria that have that invaded the scallop tissue and killed it. So this shows that all the pollution that's in water affects the quality of the scallop. And just to finish, since we're talking about climate change, and this is a very busy week due to some statements from some companies here in Rio de Janeiro, we have to mention the big reef in the Amazon. It has to do with Rio de Janeiro because we work in other areas of Brazil also, and this is in the bed of the Amazon River. We discovered this reef of the Amazon as a diversity of corals. And this discussion that happened in September 19 in the Brazilian Academy of Sciences is available on YouTube. But here, just to wrap up, I can show you this map of these reefs. 60,000 square kilometers of reefs throughout Amapá, Pará, almost getting to Maranhão, with a big diversity of corals, sponges, rhodolites. So please, Let's reflect about our biodiversity and the bioeconomic exploration of these reefs, and also our beautiful coast of the state of Rio de Janeiro. Thank you very much. And I would also thank the team and the support foundations, especially FAPESH. Thank you. Fabiano, amazing, amazing, impressive. I didn't know you were going to talk about scallops, but really, it's something that we need to get to know more and more, invest more. I was impressed with the figures. And if on one side I'm very proud of FAPESH, on the other we see how much we still have to access in terms of funding from the federal government. So this is a challenge posed for us and a big opportunity. It was very interesting for you to wrap up with this speech because I'll pass the floor to Virgilio, and he said, "Yeah, this was my cue." So you probably set this up, right? So I'll pass the floor to Virgilio. Virgilio, he brought a subject that is very important for us. Rio de Janeiro is going through this. The sanitation utility concession is going to be a 35 year long work. It's a long road, and our goal of this universal sanitation goal, and we have someone that's very special with us here, Virgilio. There's Vitória. Vitória is sitting there. Just two seconds, Vitória, please. I want to promote Vitória. Vitória, you don't know who this lady is. In the 70s, she was the first woman working at Inea. She brought JICA here to that amazing depollution process in the Guanabara Bay. Angra, mariculture in Angra, everything went through her with, and she's amazing. And she is helping us here. She's coming to see us, and she is overseeing the environmental management in the state. I'm very happy to have you here. I know it was a great wish of your life to see this entire ecosystem sanitized. And so it's a great victory of ours be able to experience that with you. Thank you, dear. Amazing, incredible woman. Anna, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Just a brief connection between the speeches. When Fabiano mentioned FAPERJ, I remembered my first job as soon as I graduated at the University of São Paulo. That was at FAPERJ. At the time, it was Darcy Ribeiro that was the president of FAPERJ, and we worked at a professor training course at public schools that was about water, the pollution, and there was a professor training course in the public network, and it has to do with what Fabiano said. Now I'm director of the Sustainable Amazon Foundation, and we have worked for 16 years with Sustainable Development Agenda for at the Amazon, and I started that when I was 16, and I just put my backpack on, and me and two other colleagues, we drove along the Amazon, and I fell in love, and I built my professional life around that. I was the Secretary of Environment and Sustainable Development, and a lot of other things. But what else would I like to say? The Amazon River is the main vector of nutrients to the blue economy. In the world, we have in the Amazon River the main source of nutrients. And then just to understand the scale of that, I went to the COP at Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. I went to the Nile River. The Nile River is just a small stream. It has the Black River has a flow of 28 square meters, and the Amazon River has 200. So it's extremely higher, extremely more relevant. The contribution of the Amazon River to the dynamic of the oceans, as the professors who spoke before me know better than me, because I'm not a specialist in that. I'm a specialist in land. I'm a forest engineer. So I wanted to share a screen that was here. I don't know if you guys can go back to that. Yes, so in addition to the foundation, I wear the hat of the Dom Cabral Foundation and the Pontifical Academy of Science of the Vatican. I'm a part, invited by the Pope Francis. And through Dom Cabral Foundation, we have a study that it's on the screen. It's part of an initiative called Imagine Brazil. It's a Brazil that we dream about. And this Brazilian dream, it was divided into 4 components: the economic, the social, environmental, and governance component, and was invited to lead the environmental component. And in this environmental study that we performed, conventional analysis, blue, green, brown agendas, we have this systemic gaze that dialogues a lot with what Professor Marcos said. And we identified within this environmental axis this water cleaning subject. So inside the Council of the Presidents of the Republic, which I'm a part of, we wanted to have a look at Brazil as a whole. Roughly half of the Brazilian population has no sewage network. 93 million of Brazilian citizens, and of processed sewage, the collected sewage, only half of it is processed. So we are taking terrible care of water, and sea pollution doesn't start at the beaches. This is something, even though it's obvious, not always everyone thinks of. And it doesn't start at the plastic cup that the person holds at the beach. It's the rivers that bring solid waste and also water pollution. So we went to take a look at the macro situation in Brazil. Brazil invests about 20 billion reais in this agenda to reach the sanitation framework and get to 50, about 2.5 times that we must get. So we went to zoom in. What is the main problem point? BNDES is allowing for bigger investments in the Guanabara Bay, which is an example of that, with Egea that has taken a leap. As I was telling Anna, I performed research with the Uber drivers. Everywhere I go, I ask the Uber driver, how's the situation of the mayor and then the waters? And then all of them told me that here in this coast, the water is getting better. So I saw some figures, some scientific analysis, but the observation is that the movement here in Botafogo, Flamengo, etc., beach is getting higher. As I told Anna, there will be a very interesting case study that to see the impact of the depollution in the economy and the shoreline here. So back to the city of Imagine Brazil. Next, please. This is a study that was performed by many people together. Zé Carlos Carvalho is a minister and a friend in common, the co-author here. And we went to look beyond the block of financial resources. There's something that is the processing station that needs a permit that is completely regressive, and the idea behind is that environmental permit came with the World Bank that started to demand from the government at that time that they had a permit system so that chemical industries in the city of Cubatão, and then that was transmitted to this sewage industry, and they have the same permit system that a chemical industry has. Just a small difference. The chemical industry transmits pollutants. The sewage, they remove the pollution, but they have to go through the environmental license, the all kinds of licenses, and they should have a completely different process. So, and now I'd like to move to page 6. We developed this study that's available online. The page of Dom Cabral Foundation, everyone who wants to consult it. So just if you could zoom in this item 27. I'm sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint here. Just to zoom in item 27, please. Just we had a few recommendations to change the permit process deeply, and that has to be done not by the anti-environmentalists. It's us environmentalists. Is not to open the door. Is to take an efficiency leap in the process. We have an excess of paperwork. It's is a bit the process is full of paperwork. Is an emphasis in the paper and more than the index of quality of the water. And that's the kind of shift that we have to aim at in the point of view of processes. And also in the process of concession, there's something crazy because we block the processing station because of a relationship of the type of water in the receiver. When we forget that today doing nothing means throwing sewage or launching, even if it's small, medium, or big, when if the water is treated, it's better. So we propose that a similar approach that's used in France, that the measuring for 4 or 5 years in the upstream or the downstream, and if the data can be used for measuring for the following years. And the systemic approach in these recommendations that we present here to the Council of the Presidency, that was very well received by Minister Padilla and etc., to strengthen environmental entities, because oftentimes the challenges in permit is related to the fragility of the environmental entity, environmental education, because that has to do with the behavior of society as a whole. And the economic tools, we have a tax reform that should give a different treatment to the issue of depollution. Economic activity brings more externalities to society as a whole, externalities to public health, externalities to economy, to well-being, etc. So within these economic tools, we have a huge potential to obtain credits or to generate carbon credits, because it's possible to add the units of sewage processing to the generation of carbon credits. And we do not have a big idea, but it's 4 to 5 billion reais a year that it's possible to monetize from that. And it's important to consider regional specificities. We have a very close dialogue with Minister Sônia Guajajara, so she brought the need to look especially to the indigenous agenda, to traditional people's agenda, and finally, research and innovation. There's a lot to be done. The colleagues in academia have been a professor at USP for many years, but I resigned to dive into the Amazon case. But Brazil has a huge potential to increase the efficiency of sewage treatment networks, as it was presented in the collection of solid waste and the pollution of waters. I think this agenda of technological development has a giant potential. And with that, I would like to give you my best Amazon greetings for you. Thank you. It's the best greeting, Amazon greeting. So, Virgilia, that's what you said, and all these challenges I would like to pass the floor to Solange. She brings the experience of a bay that she had to reinvent itself some decades ago. And I remember that when we went to the technical visit to get to know your experience at Chesapeake. For you, it was very important. You valued a lot governance, bay governance, and all the stakeholders had their roles and how responsibility was shared among each of you. So to finish our panel, I'll pass the floor to Solange to talk about the experience of another bay that went through all these montanhas.
De qualquer forma, eu já vou passando para Solange.
And now I yield the floor to Solange, and if Marita can come in, but I had the information she wouldn't come in. And but please check with Bia Costa for me. But Solange, please. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start saying thank you for your invitation, for the participation, and especially on Nahashi and Márcio Santa Rosa. I liked it when Nahashi started this panel. When she talked about opportunities, she looked at me. So I hope I'm able to represent new opportunities or good opportunities. And I'm going to talk about, the idea was talking about governance of the Chesapeake Bay or Bay governance, but also the social environmental bulletin. But actually, my colleague from my colleague in the University of Maryland is going to talk a little bit more about governance. So I'm going to focus on the role of the social environmental bulletin. And this speech I developed in partnership with my colleague Alexandra Fries, who is also a member of the center. So in 2013, when Rio de Janeiro signed a cooperation agreement with the state of Maryland, a story was published at Correio Brasiliense that I thought was very interesting. There, the State Secretary of the Environment said that the idea of this cooperation was to learn how the management of this model that works, which is the governance bay model in Chesapeake. So he went on to say that even though the Chesapeake Bay is much bigger than the Guanabara Bay because it encompasses many states and there are many governors and mayors and etc. The recovery plan is clear, it has clear goals, and it's transparent, and also everyone follows it. Something that he highlighted is that this management plan is followed by several stakeholders. So even though I know it's not perfect, but it goes on. So what the then environmental secretary said is that he described the structure of the recovery plan of the bay, which is based in the adaptive management, in which we don't know, maybe sometimes you don't know how to solve a complex problem, but we have to start somewhere. But then we start by investigating the situation, how it's being conducted, and then plan what has to be done with the participation of all stakeholders, as many as possible. And then through this planning, we move to the deployment and then the monitoring and assessment of these actions. And here we have the participation of the academia, scientists, government agents that monitor everything that's done to see the result, and then communicate the information so then we can learn and adjust it to the plans. That's why it's an adaptive management. In this process, communication is key. That's what I want to talk about today with you.
This adaptive plan really emphasizes adaptiveness because things change all the time. Resources change. And there are things that we can't even control, like climate change. So along those lines, communication is crucial, not just to ensure the engagement of all stakeholders, but also to facilitate the sharing of information, to allow adaptation, and an important point, to align expectations. Someone could have very high expectations and a very different reality. This does not mean that you must give up. You must continue, but with adjusted expectations. And in addition, communication also helps us to mobilize resources. This communication helps us at various levels. So starting with technical documents, which are designed by the managerial community, and it goes all the way to all of these reports, which are used to convey what is happening to the general public, as well as to those who design public policies and make decisions. In that sense, the report plays a crucial role. It communicates very complex information that arises from the scientific community. These complex information, it relays them in a very accessible manner through interpretation and data synthesis, as well as visual interpretations which make the information very clear. The report also contextualizes the information for the people who live in that region in order for them to understand the importance of it. So in Chesapeake Bay, for example, since the early 2000s, around 2003, the Environmental Science Center in the university has been providing annual reports on the conditions of the Chesapeake Bay and its associate bays. This report is presented annually. It is published in journals and etc. It is worth noting that these reports evolved throughout time. At first, they were quite simple. They were just environmental reports, but then it expanded in scope. Now they include coasts as well as more indicators. It's not an essentially environmental report. Not only that, there are economic and social factors as well. In 2016, our Environmental Science Center created an environmental focused report for Guanabara Bay as well as its basin. Red means poor conditions, and they have a D score. This was back in 2016. At the time, we only used environmental health indicators. These were basically about water quality, so nutrients, dissolved oxygen, fecal coliforms, and now I'll talk about the next stage. And I want to emphasize the opportunity here. The idea is for us, through this partnership, evolve this report so that it becomes social economic. I firmly believe that this is key for the blue economy proposal of this panel. This more comprehensive assessment, not just environmental, but also social economic, it also considers ecosystem services as well as people's well-being. The social environmental report counts on the support of people from all stakeholders. And it also helps communities to defend their local environment and become stewards. So the communities help in promoting this proposal of improving and recovering their environment. So what are the indicators for the social economic report for the Guanabara Bay? So the idea here is to start with talking to all of the stakeholders. There are some species that can be placed as symbols for the region, and we can include here management as one of these factors, governance, infrastructure, economy, environmental justice, which was stressed by this event, as well as society and culture. Oops. But lastly, the opportunity arising, we would like to create a social economic report for the Bay with a deadline of 2026. So thank you. I'll ask Anna to make a brief 30-second comment. I believe that this report could be extremely useful for public education, and not just in the surroundings of the Guanabara Bay. It could be a general recommendation for the entirety of Brazil. It's very hard to see the school content for public education. It does not include oceans, not necessarily at a very high level of sophistication, a basic one, really. And if we could include that in the teacher training process for the public network, that could have a huge amount of impact in changing the attitudes of Brazilian people towards the ocean. This is an excellent idea. We are already extremely over time. I remember our visit to Chesapeake Bay, and it was very much based on your governance pact that we designed our Blue Guanabara program. Professor Landau is here. He's an essential part of this plan. Our entire platform for the environmental control of the Guanabara Bay comes from the intelligence comes from the lab, the intelligence of the lab that is led by him. So there's a lot more information coming, a lot more than 2015 at least. There's a long way to go in terms of scientific data. Your technical scientific committee within the governance committee of Chesapeake Bay, it is crucial for governance to be effective because they are responsible for deciding what will be the indicators, and to know what are the challenges of each region is key for us to be able to establish plans in partnership with the municipalities and territories. So this governance that connects municipalities, that's very much based on scientific indicators and goals, this will be just the basis for establishing our governance here in the Guanabara Bay. So we're very happy to have you as partners for us to co-create this, so that we can fix everything that we've done and recover this asset, this natural asset that we have. It is our connection to life here in Rio de Janeiro, the Guanabara Bay. And we have an even bigger challenge now to expand that to the entirety of Brazil. Yeah, we hadn't thought about getting that to the schools. It's a great idea. I just wanted to say that we have Otávio here. He's way in the back. He's not just a great scientist. Along with his partners, he is currently leading the Rio Metrópole Institute, which was our major tool for making our sanitation program feasible. They currently oversee the governance of these 22 municipalities around the metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro, and includes the Guanabara watershed. So I'm very happy that Otávio is here and was able to hear the panel. This work would only work if we have the buy-in from the municipalities. Thank you for your leadership, Otávio. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully, along the next few years, we'll be able to have an environmental social economic report for the Guanabara Bay. The next panel is already here. They came on time and we are late. The next panel is basically about the Oceans 20, the oceans in connection to the G20. The G20 has been through India. It is going on in Brazil this month. Then we'll go to South Africa, then United States. We have all of the representatives from the countries here who will receive this challenge of addressing the theme of the oceans and blue economy. Thank you for your presence and forgive me for the lateness. Thank you. A quick picture.
Gente.
Tuha has been leading this debate on Oceans 20. Thank you to the wonderful panel for opportunities and challenges. Thank you to Undersecretary Nazia, Professor Fabiano Thompson, Virgílio Viana, and Solange Filoso. Thank you for your participation.
Bom, na sequência.
So let's continue. So now the panel is named Ocean Troika Dialogues, Integration of Federal Governments into the Ocean Agenda. I'd like to start by inviting our moderator, Oriana Romano, from the OECD. Alessandro Turra, you're back from UNESCO. Cecilia Iturralde, advisor for the Embassy of South Africa. Ryan Rowlands, Consul General of the United States of America. Suraj Jadhav, First Secretary of the Embassy of India. And Gustavo Westman, Coordinator of the G20 Social Division of the Presidency.
Sí. So, sí, para cada uno. Isso, ok. Hey, Erika. Thank you. Welcome everyone. So I would invite you to sit. This is an extremely important event. It's not that it's more important than the others, I have to say, but it is important. It is an historical moment, and we have an amazing panel today to discuss the role of the ocean in the G20, and I think it's one of the first of this type. Sorry for speaking English, but unfortunately I'm not able to speak Portuguese yet. It's on my to-do list for this year. My name is Oriana Romano. I lead the OECD program on the blue economy in cities and regions. Among other things, I'm here because we have been working with Secretary of State of the Environment on a report for the metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro, so very much coherently what was presented before. But now we have to focus on this panel, which is called Ocean Troika Dialogues. So last March, I think Alex was very delighted to be part of the kickoff meeting of the event. The Ocean 20 engagement group, a part of the social G20. The Ocean 20 is a follow-up of an important effort undertaken by Indonesia and India, and most importantly, gives the voice of stakeholders in this debate. So the social aspect is fundamental, but also put the ocean at the core of the climate agenda. So two important aspects, the social, the environmental, and of course the economic one in addition, that are now on the leaders' agenda. I mean, this can really be a game changer if the ocean is on the desk, is on the table of the leaders that are going to take the decision for tomorrow. So I'm very happy now to introduce our panel. We will be talking about the background, how this Ocean 20 land in Brazil from the background that had been done in India and Indonesia, and then we will look into the future with South Africa, with the US. So it's going to be a discussion on how to integrate the discussion and how to make sure that this is the beginning and is absolutely not the end of an international commitment. So I will first give the floor to Alexander Tura, coordinator of the UNESCO Chair for Ocean Sustainability and convener of Ocean 20 Brazil. Alex, if you can just tell us in your 8 minutes that have already started, the process, where do we stand, where do we want to go, and what is that you call upon also to this audience. Thank you, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, I will try to speak in English so that our colleagues can understand. So we have a very fast presentation. Can you hear me in the back? It's okay? Okay. Just a second. As Oriana said, thank you, Oriana, for introducing the panel. We are, in fact, in a very important moment where the ocean, that we know already that is everywhere, as you can see. Can you see? The ocean is everywhere. But not necessarily in the mind of people that take decisions. And the idea of having this process and these moments within G20 is to have the ocean formally in the desk, but not only in the desk, in the hearts, in the mind, and in the soul of the decision makers. And I think we got that. Yeah, the presentation is coming. Okay, let's go without presentation. Okay? The G20 process in Brazil, Agatha, tá ok, tudo bem, tudo bem. It started in November last year when the UNESCO chair, this means Simone Penafirme, which is out there, and myself, we proposed it to the Brazilian government, this task that Gustavo received from the presidents of Brazil and also the Itamaraty, which is our Minister of External Affairs. They understood that it was the moment so that the ocean would be understood as a civil society engagement group, a formal civil society engagement group. This means that the ocean was understood as having a centrality in the process, but not also a centrality, also a transversality influencing different aspects of the G20 discussions on different issues. And then we started to bring people together, bring institutions together, and we had, in the end, co-conveners, the UNESCO chair, INPO, which is the National Institute for Ocean Sciences, FUNBIL, the Brazilian Fund for Biodiversity, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, United Nations Global Compact, And it's that. Together to think about the process. And then, since we are a group of engagement or engagement group, we needed to talk to people. And then we created a big process that we named Ocean Dialogues. We had almost 30 events, 30 meetings around the world, mobilizing more than 6,000 people that were in the audience, but around 300, 400 participants, speakers, moderators that were managing and promoting the discussion. So after several discussions, we came up with a very important document, which is the communique. And this communique will be launched in November, on 16th November, in Museum of Tomorrow, in Portuguese, Museu do Amanhã, from 9 to 13. We invite you all to be there, because this finalizes a very important moment that we want that it turns into a process, a movement. And this means that we need our partners. The next presidencies of G20, which is South Africa and US, so that the ocean keeps its centrality in the process, in the discussions, because the ocean is important. And this is the message. None of the G20 countries or nationalities or regions, we have 19 countries and 2 regions. It's 21, in fact. None of them would be G20 without the ocean, in the present or in the past. So ocean is powerful. Ocean means prosperity, a way to generate and share prosperity. Ocean brings us resilience to the economy, to the global economy. So ocean is important. Ocean makes the planet habitable, make it worth for living. So this is the point. And we are here to celebrate that, to understand this importance, and to understand that we need a process. And this process started in India and Indonesia, and now we wish from the core of our hearts that our colleagues, our partners, will be taking care of it in the next presidencies. That's the message, and I think we are very happy. I think not. I believe we are very happy, Simone, because this was very difficult to do, but I think we got there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much to your team, Simone, Gustavo, and everyone who worked really hard throughout this process, and that led to a very concrete output, which is the communique. And again, it's a very important starting point. But as you mentioned, this discussion started with the Indian presidencies. So I would like to invite Suraj Jadhav, First Secretary of the Indian Embassy, to comment about this heritage that you gave to Brazil, and what are your observations and comments in relation to the ways forward?
Boa tarde. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry that my Portuguese is not so good, so I would like to speak in English. Distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, our special thanks to organizers of the event for integrating this Ocean 20 agenda, which started with Indonesian presidency and then Indian presidency. We carried forward it, and we are really happy that we are continuing with this Ocean 20 agenda. For us, it's a great pleasure to be here today at Ocean Troika Dialogue to represent basically the government of India, especially at a moment when the global ocean agenda demands our utmost attention. As a country with an extensive coastline of over 7,500 kilometers, India is deeply committed to ensuring the sustainable use and protection of ocean resources. As you know, our New Delhi G20 presidency prioritized key themes that align closely with Ocean 20 agenda, and we believe these synergies provide a powerful framework for all of us to carry forward. India's Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has often said, our oceans are also our common heritage. We must ensure that we use the ocean's resources and not abuse them. Our oceans are also the lifeline of international trade, and we have a duty to safeguard them from expansion and exclusion. Today, I would like to build upon these guiding words as we explore our collective role in shaping sustainable ocean use. India's G20 presidency, under the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means world is one family, emphasized the importance of inclusive growth and environmental sustainability and international collaboration for ocean conservation. India's commitment to sustainable development of the blue economy reflected in Chennai high-level principles for blue economy, which was almost 9 pillars of oceans development agenda. The government of India has introduced and implemented several key policies that reflect our commitment to the sustainable development of the blue economy. One of our core priorities with the government of India initiatives is climate action and resilience through just energy transition. The Pradhan Mantri National Action Plan on Climate Change includes 8 missions, 2 of which, Natural Solar Mission and National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, are directly linked to reducing the carbon footprint in coastal regions. India has also launched the National Hydrogen Mission to promote clean energy, which plays a vital role in reducing pressure on marine ecosystem by transitioning to renewable energy sources. Though these initiatives, we aim to support climate resilient infrastructure and promote the sustainable use of ocean resources. In the maritime domain, the Sagar initiative, security and growth for all in the region, remains a cornerstone of India's ocean policy. Under Sagar initiative, India focuses on enhancing maritime security, fostering sustainable fisheries, and promoting blue economy initiatives that balance economic growth with economic sustainability. Additionally, India has been investing in Deep Ocean Mission, a pioneering initiative aimed at exploring and harnessing ocean resources responsibly while ensuring biodiversity conservation. India's focus on social equity and justice is another crucial element that resonates with Brazil's Ocean G20 agenda. We are committed to recognize and support the rights of traditional communities who depend on the oceans. In fact, government of India has multiple initiatives, not only in India, but also to our partner countries across the Indian Ocean regions, where we have been cooperating with these countries to promote indigenous knowledge about ocean preservation, to promote the traditional communities increase their stakes in the ocean preservation. The government of India has also, through its Prime Minister Matsya Sampada Yojana, which is working to enhance the livelihoods of small-scale fisheries and coastal communities. The initiative focuses on sustainable fisheries, development, welfare measures, and infrastructure improvement, ensuring that the benefits of ocean resources are equitably shared among all stakeholders. Furthermore, to achieve our shared objective regarding health and conservation of ocean ecosystems, India is committed to restoring marine ecosystems through increased marine protected areas, safeguarding biodiversity, and promoting nature-based solutions. The National Biodiversity Action Plan's emphasis on marine conservation, and India has expanded its marine protected areas to cover vital biodiversity hotspots. In fact, the G20 Leaders Declaration in Delhi highlighted the importance of addressing challenges like plastic pollution, which remains a significant threat to marine life. In line with this, India has implemented the plastic waste management rules, and I am happy to share with you, India is one of the few countries who has banned the single-use plastics. And in fact, our Ministry of Textile is also working to reduce the technical chemicals which are released in the oceans, so that we are in process of banning all the chemicals which are hazardous to ocean for the use of technical textiles. Lastly, the importance of governance and international collaboration cannot be overstated. India is active participate in international forums such as the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, and we are committed to strengthening the implementation of multilateral agreements. Through our G20 presidency, we have promoted initiatives like Blue Economy Roadmap, which focuses on creating sustainable ocean-based economy that benefits all, especially the most vulnerable. As we look ahead for the South Africa G20 presidency, India stands ready to continue its support for the initiatives that prioritize equitable and sustainable ocean governance. In conclusion, I'm optimistic that with continued dialogue and collective commitment, we can achieve our goals for the ocean agenda. We must act now for our oceans, for our people, and for our shared future. Let us ensure that we leave a legacy of cooperation, sustainability, and resilience for future generations. Namaste.
Work? Yes. Thank you very much, Suraj. This is typically what we call walking the talk, in the sense that it's really an impressive series of policy implementation that you have just illustrated, and definitely they resonate very much with the commitment that Brazil is also taking. We have just heard this morning the strategy and the law against sea waste pollution and many other activities and initiatives that will be implemented throughout these years. And I would like to ask now Gustavo Westman, head of the Special Office for International Affairs of the General Secretariat of the Presidency of the Republic of Brazil, and also coordinator of the Social G20, to tell us a little bit about this aspect of the social engagement for India. We just heard how important was the issue of equity, justice, inclusive growth that was included in the conversation of the Ocean 20 then in Brazil. How this social engagement, participation, and inclusiveness has been developed in this case, and what do you foresee for the future?
Thank you very much, Oriana. Good morning, everyone. Great pleasure to be here, really. I can see many familiar faces. Oriana, thank you very much. I already know you. I'm trying to figure out where from, but I definitely... Oh, that's the inception, exactly. So there, I get to see you. Cecilia, good to see you here. Ryan, Suraj, Tuha. We've been talking a lot, yeah, Tuha? That's good, man. I'm learning a lot with you guys. I also see Simone there, Janice, Protásio, so many, Agatha. Good to see you all here, and I believe we have a very, very important occasion here. I've been talking to several colleagues, and it has been a very important year to the oceans agenda in Brazil. That's for sure. And that's not only because of the Oceans 20. I believe we've seen this year an unprecedented coordination between the stakeholders or the actors that actuate in the area of the ocean. So we've seen the academy getting together with other stakeholders, and so I believe this year the Brazilian academy and civil society gained a lot in terms of articulation, internal articulation, something that I mean, I haven't seen before, but I'm not an expert in this agenda, so I'm still learning a lot, and believe me, guys, I believe you are all experts in this agenda. For those who are not, it's so difficult, so complex, it's huge, and it's so important. And the more you know about it, the more you figure out how important that is and how we don't know nothing about it. I mean, even the experts don't know nothing. Imagine we that are not experts. So it's amazing, and how the world really needs to wake up to this call as early as possible. I mean, we have no time to wait. It should be one of the utmost themes in the current negotiation discussions. But I believe we're getting there. I believe we are getting there. I remember, and it was quite interesting, to have briefly mentioned when we created the Oceans 20. By then I was coordinating, trying to figure out what's the meaning of social participation in G20. And I say social participation because you have engagement groups that vary from oceans, but also from parliament, women's, Supreme Courts, and it's so diverse. And then it came like, oh, there's a plea or a demand to create the Oceans 20. And I looked, I said, wow, where to start from? And I'll never forget, I called Tuha, are you sure? Can you handle that? He said, for sure, man. I'll make it happen. I said, oh man, really? Yeah, so okay, let's do it. And I'm really happy to see the developments throughout the year. How organized it got, like starting from scratch with no reference. Suraj said it started like in Indonesia, India, but actually we didn't receive much. We didn't have much to work on. It was like, okay, where to start from? Yeah, where is the network? Where are the contacts? So we had to kind of start from scratch, and it's amazing to see we here at this point with all this critical mass that we've gained throughout the year, but we still have a lot to do, okay? It's just the beginning of a super long journey. And I believe people gradually are starting to realize how talking about oceans is not just talking about pollution or biodiversity, but also about trade, about ports, about, I don't know, climate change, sustainability. We're talking about all this package that influences in a determinant way the future of mankind. We're talking about the mission 1.5 that Brazil sustained during COP30. It's like kind of, how can you discuss that without discussing the oceans, right? And yesterday I had a meeting. I was just telling my colleagues here with the guy, Davi Schurman, from the Schurman family. And it was very interesting to figure out how they themselves, who somehow started bringing this agenda to common knowledge, right? In Brazil, for those who are not familiar, when we were kids, and I'm not that young, the white hairs are growing a lot, guys, believe me. Yeah, that's crazy. But anyway, when we were kids, we used to watch, like there were like 3 or 4 options of open channels we could watch, and one of them was TV Globo Fantástico, and they started doing some documentary with this family that traveled the world, and everybody would say, "Wow, that's amazing!" But the meaning behind that was still very tricky to us. So, how they are also bringing the message and how they are summing. With Oceans 20 and how they are like putting on their boat the logo of Oceans 20 in order to bring to common knowledge how beautiful, how big, how important this agenda is. So that leads me, and I have 1 minute, 30 seconds left, to the legacy. So we are starting a process. It's an urgent process, but we need to see it continue. I just came back from South Africa. I was there a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I've been there a few times this year to work on the handover, and we had meetings with the president's office, with Zane, the Sherpa, and so many other authorities, in order to make sure that they will continue these discussions. Of course, Oceans 20 is an autonomous. It is not. It's part of G20, but it has its own autonomy. So we cannot just say do it or not. It will depend a lot on the oceans community to keep moving this agenda forward. But we emphasize the importance to the South African government to make sure that this keeps moving on. And in my last few seconds, I'd like to invite you also, as you probably know, 14, 15, 16 November, we're talking about 2 weeks from now, and it's really desperate to figure out how close it is and how we still have a lot to do. So we have the social summit of G20 here in Praça Mauá. We're expecting around the 3 days, 100,000 people. It's going to be big. We hope so. That's why we need your presence there. And inside this context, we have a very special event, which is the summit of the Oceans 20 on the 16th in the morning at the Museu do Amanhã, Museum of Tomorrow. And I believe we'll have a very beautiful opportunity to not only to celebrate, but we need you there to make sure to give a message that we need this agenda to keep moving forwards. That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. That was really the reality check of the complexity of the process, but also of the content. When we talk about blue economy, ocean, it's really a systemic agenda. This is really multidisciplinary. You represent what will be the legacy. Of a PowerPoint that was just a
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? All right. Thank you. So thank you very much, Oriana panelists and thalassophiles, which means the lovers of the ocean and the sea. I'm delighted to be here, but I'm going to just give you an overview of what South Africa has been doing since 2014, already to address both our economic and our environmental blue ocean economy initiatives. I'd like to start by just putting on the slide over here. There we are. This is a map of South Africa for those who are not so familiar. We're right at the tip of the African continent. You can see that we're almost a peninsula surrounded by ocean all over the east, the west, and the southern tip. And we are also attached to a continent that has got about 33 other countries also attached to water. Of course, that comes with huge challenges. We've got over 3,000 kilometers of coastline because we have to tackle, as my colleague from India has mentioned, pollution, habitat loss, overfishing, the effects of climate change, not only on marine life, but also on the coastal communities. Yet our coastline also offers vast social, economic, and environmental opportunities. So the lead department that manages this ocean economy is the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment, the DEFF. They are the ones that have the legal mandate to manage, protect, and conserve our environment and our natural resources. The purpose of it is to bring about harmony and integration amongst all the ocean interlocutors, and also to safeguard our ocean against any possible compromise or threat, and thereby using legislation to protect the ocean, our marine areas, and coastal management. As a result, 2014, the Malaysian model was adopted, and it's called in South Africa Operation Pakisa. Pakisa is one of the languages in our 12-language official language repertoire. It's a Sesotho word which means hurry up, and it's strategic. We have to hurry up to make things happen. We have to move fast to meet the government's socio-economic and ecological imperatives. So like many countries, the oceans as a source to unlock our economy, but with a green and blue narrative. Without that, there's no ambition for people to academia, business, labor, government. Their project, their ambition is to identify. And of course, as I've mentioned,
Identificação de
the
objetivos,
economic endeavors
de
alongside
iniciativas.
why civil society. If you drivers, or to look at renewable energies, food security, job creation, the involvement of small micro enterprises. We all know that without money, there is nothing that will provide prosperity, and without prosperity, people have got no dreams, no hope. So the economic imperatives of Operation Phakisa are vast. Alongside the economic imperatives, we've got two enablers. They are cross-cutting: skills development, capacity building, and of course the research, technology, and innovations streams. We also have a very cross-cutting ocean governance program, which basically covers or draws in the Department of Women, or here you call them the ministries, the Ministry of Women, Higher Education, Agriculture, Defense, etc., etc. So it's really cross-cutting to make sure no one is left behind. With regards to skills development, just to mention, of course, every investor and every interlocutor in the ocean economy wants to make sure that they have people, human resources, that are qualified and fit to provide some input. So South Africa has over 90 institutions that offer maritime-related training and education. We also welcome students from all walks of life from throughout Africa to these institutions. We have seafarers training capabilities as well. And of course, many of our programs are also recognized in accordance to the International Maritime Organization's conventions. With research, South Africa is involved in areas as far south as the Antarctic. We've got our research programs there. We have an African initiative, which is the African Marine Solutions Initiative. We've got our government departments that are also involved in doing their own due diligence. But most important, and I think that this is one of the nicest attractions because it brings in people as young as school children, is the ocean in Cape Town, the Two Oceans Aquarium. They have a marine research and exploration forum that takes research to increase their knowledge in offshore, maritime environment, renewable energy sector, the marine biodiversity, climate change. It brings school children in contact with our African penguins and our living species, so that really the grassroots training, the message starts from when people are still walking on 4, not yet on 2. Then if we just quickly go through some of our, the 6 work streams. I went through and mentioned that the first one is maritime transport and manufacturing. I've mentioned that South Africa is a strategic hub for our maritimes operation in our south-south trade corridor from Asia, from countries as far as India, through to our Brazilian coastline over here. We also have 300 million tons of cargo that moves through our ports, 1.2 million tons of liquid fuels that move along our coastline. You can see that there's a huge incentive, therefore, for South Africa to be able to manufacture because of the various vessels that support us. So we have shipbuilding that provides various economic opportunities. But clearly our coastline is also in deep threat with all the navigation, oil spills, etc., etc. So South Africa has to work on and has been working on means to ensure that this contamination through trade and through possible illicit trade affecting overfishing, etc., and contamination are also tackled. We then move to the next work stream, which is the offshore oil and gas. South Africa and its adjacent waters have an estimated 9 billion barrels of oil, which is equivalent to South Africa being able to use oil for the next 40 years. We also have 11 million barrels of natural gas, which would give us 375 years of gas consumption. Of course, South Africa has had to look at this and say it's a wonderful opportunity, but let's look at the contingency so that we address in advance any oil spills that may happen in this process. So,
que possa acontecer. Então, ações proativas. Esse é um trabalho incrível. Aquacultura para a comunidade pesqueira. De 1% ao abastecimento de pesca mundial. É algo que pode ser muito potencializado. Esse setor oferece diversas oportunidades para o desenvolvimento, especialmente para comunidades costeiras marginalizadas. olhando para o exercício de equilíbrio que temos que realizar entre as autoridades costeiras e marítimas. Na costa oeste, por exemplo, ela é muito mais comercial, movida pela pesca e comércio. A do leste tem muito mais comunidades, as comunidades costeiras envolvidas na pesca. A África do Sul precisa regular e equilibrar essa atividade econômica nessas duas costas, que têm naturezas e prioridades bastante diferentes. Mas também a transformação das... Queremos que as pessoas possam não só trabalhar, mas contribuir para o PIB, ser um ator na economia e desempenhar um papel importantíssimo de como envolvemos comunidades. São solicitadas receitas, enfim, para utilizar os produtos do pesco. São abastecidos pelos próprios fazendeiros ou pescadores e também fornecem informação sobre os benefícios.
As to consuming beef, South Africa is very, very heavy red meat consumer. So they're talking about omega, they're talking about the omega, the 3 fatty acids, the vitamins, the calcium, the phosphorus, things that previously people were not even aware of. We're talking about the multiplying economic opportunities. So we have to diversify. We can't just fish one fish type. We have to capitalize on being able to export what we fish. They're talking about also the environmental impacts. If you pollute, your life savings will go down the drain. So there's an ownership aspect in our communities. So that, to me, is most important. If we look at our maritime protection and ocean governance, of course, I've mentioned that we are a hub for tanker traffic, but 80% of the traffic tankers pass through our coastlines. So we've talked about contingency plans to look at the disposal, the recovery, the stabilizing aspects of oil spills. Yet 80% of marine pollution comes from land-based activities. So the ill use or disposal of diapers, the plastic waste, cigarette stubs, for those of you who are still smoking, the packaging that is so contrary to all our ambitions. So we have to look at those aspects and, of course, also consider that South Africa has got a very extensive jurisdiction, not just on its coastline, but we have an exclusive economic zone which extends over 1.5 million square kilometers, which clearly tells you that we need to have more concerns beyond the regular fishermen and the sort of coastal contamination. We move on to our national waste management, which is part of this work stream. And you can see that our national waste management strategy is linked and attached to the SDGs. It's linked and attached to the our national domestic priorities, the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, and it's very much interrelated with the circular economy. So the circular economy is one that addresses the vulnerable groups, the people that do waste picketing, waste collection, the women. This is where we ask people the design of your packaging, everything that you produce, is it delivered to people in a correct way? And why is this management strategy so important? Because we want a South Africa with zero waste in landfills, with cleaner communities, with a well-managed and financially stable waste service, with a culture of zero tolerance to pollution, litter, or illegal dumping. I'll go into the waste factor there. You can see that biomasses make up the highest concentration, followed by demolition and construction materials. Whilst we are improving in the recycling, there's still a lot that we need to do. While society is becoming more economically empowered, we've got electrical appliances that are now more disposable. That needs to be factored in. And of course, this calls for greater collaboration with the international community, not just our 3,000 kilometers of coastline. It's not just about seeking funds, but it's also about the empowerment and the inclusion of people. I know I'm over. Give me 1 second. We move on to the, I'm not going to talk about this one, no time. We move on to the maritime and coastal tourism. I've said to you, we are home to African penguins. These are Arctic penguins that have come and chosen South Africa as their home. However, we have to take a look at the impact that the Boulders Beach in South Africa, the masses of people that it draws and attracts. And once again, there's an information system. It's not just tourists come and swim with penguins, but there's information process. The sad thing is that they're almost in extinction because of rising water temperatures, or food scarcity because of rising water temperatures. But so are other animal species, our seals, our dolphins, our whales, our birds. So this is very important that in this sector of coastal tourism, we talk about that invisible pollution that floats 200 meters below the waves where we swim. 200 meters of invisible pollution, which add up to, if we look at it in the Atlantic Ocean, which unites Africa and South America and Brazil in this, for this matter, we have got 200 million tons of plastic waste. What is 200 million in layman's terms? If we talk about those of you who know the size of a whale, the blue whale, it's 33 meters long and it weighs 200 tons. Our waste is 200 million tons. For those of you who come from Africa and we're used to lions and elephants, one whale is the equivalent of the weight of 33 elephants. So imagine 33 million elephants make up the 200 tons of waste pollution. If this is not a red flag, ear pulling to everybody, all spheres and stakeholders, there is time to act. If not now, then it's too late. So I think that we have to include people in our process. We have to make sure that activities like the shark cage diving, the whale watching activities don't die because of neglect from policymakers, but that they are indeed still there for our future generations to come. So our commitment is, of course, to continue to work on the economic, environmental, social, and ecologic. And as I say, the ocean may hold multiple relationships, people will hold rather multiple relationships with the ocean, and they may differ from person to person, from country to country. But what is important is to acknowledge that all these relationships are important to us. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, thank you very much, Cecilia. That was very rich. A lot that is going on in several sectors, but also in the way that these sectors should cooperate with one another, and also in relation to the environment and preservation of biodiversity. Many points taken and food for thought indeed. But now I would like to pass the floor to Ryan Rowlands from the US Consul General. And the idea, Ryan, is really to understand, please, what the overview of the US government's ocean policies, and especially the ocean agenda within the G20 Sherpa and finance tracks. The floor is yours.
Do we have sound? Yeah? Okay, great. Well, the advantage of being the last person is that I get to build on the wisdom of those that spoke before me. The disadvantage is that you're all hungry and you want lunch. So I'm gonna try to stay under the 10 minutes that's on the timer. First, though, I do want to thank the organizers of this event. I think the conversation has been very interesting. It was wonderful to hear from the professor from the University of Maryland ahead of time. I have something in my remarks related to the University of Maryland and the cooperation that we've seen on that level. But to have these conversations is just absolutely critical. And I think that some very good things can come out of what we've already heard today and the commitment that we see from a number of important players. This year marks the 200th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the United States and Brazil. We're both enormous countries. We're the two biggest economies in the Western Hemisphere. A new friend is saying that we should be in the center of the map instead of Europe because of the role that we have. And really, we both have enormous coastlines, and our populations depend on them just as they do in South Africa and in India and in many places throughout the world. So we've got a shared responsibility to really try to take on challenges that we need to take on today. I'm not going to pronounce the word correctly that you used for, we got to hurry up. what she said. Pakisa. But the thing that I would throw in there is that we need the intelligence of the professor, of the professors, the experts in the field. We can't just hurry. We've got to take a look at things and figure out the best way forward. If we're just hurrying, we're going to make mistakes that only cause more damages. And unfortunately, the history of humankind demonstrates that principle. So I'm going to try to hit on the things that you said. I probably won't get to all of them, and I'm already under 8 minutes. So we'll see how we can go. This is a speed round. I'm excited that President Biden is planning to come for the G20 in just a couple weeks. We've got several very interesting events around the leaders meeting that have already been mentioned. But again, it's just a critical forum for important discussions to take place about all of these subjects. The Biden administration has made the oceans a priority. We are one of a number of countries that have joined the UN High-Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy. And this ocean panel prompted us to formulate and release a national strategy for a sustainable ocean economy on June 3rd this year. I know that I believe South Africa is also a signatory. I know Brazil is absolutely a part of that and one of the first to join. I would guess that India is, but I'm not positive. I apologize. I don't have the facts on that with me. This has helped us prioritize the areas where we want to work. And it's a wide range. I really appreciated the comments from our South African colleague about how this has to touch all levels of society. If we don't have every level of society buying into the idea that we must do something, then it's going to be very hard to make the advances that we need. And we need to provide them the economic opportunities to see that these are the choices that provide the most opportunities in the future. I believe it's an OECD figure that in 2010, the economy based on the ocean was $1.5 trillion, and that by 2030 or 2040, it's supposed to be $3 trillion. I would actually say I bet that's low, that it will actually be more. But we have a responsibility to make sure that all of that wealth that's being generated is being shared across the board. We have to make sure that the indigenous communities that were mentioned are sharing in the wealth that can come from these resources. We have to make sure that the marginalized communities in whatever the country is are seeing the benefits of taking care of the natural resources that we have. To this point, the United States has already dedicated $500 million to initiatives advancing marine protected areas, maritime security, the sustainable blue economy, the circular economy that was mentioned, and sustainable fisheries. The fisheries is a key component. My new friend Gustavo mentioned a number of areas where the ocean is important. Food didn't make your list, but it is an important provider of food. There have been other comments about aquaculture that we need to develop so that we're creating sustainable fisheries to feed our people. And we need to catch the people that are breaking the rules, that are going to other places, taking fish from these areas and taking it to faraway shores or even nearby shores. But that's the only way that we can make sure that the oceans can continue to provide the food that we need. Let's see, I'm running out of time to meet my mark. The other thing, I guess what I'm going to do rather than look through the things that I've got, I kind of want to circle back to some of the wisdom that I heard from the other people. Alex, or Professor, if you prefer, I thought you gave a great overview about how the ocean is really important to all of us. And it's not just those of us that, you know, I'm an adopted Carioca right now, that are lucky enough to live by the ocean. Not as much Carioca as Gustavo. I should have ditched the tie. I would have been better. But even if we don't live on the ocean, it impacts us. All of the goods that come into our countries come through ports almost all of the time. A great point made by my South African colleague. Suraj mentioned the importance of trade as far as how the oceans support global trade, which we all want to see, create opportunities in every country. And Suraj was also the first to mention the indigenous communities, and I would add the marginalized communities in each of the countries, and that we need to make sure that all of the wealth that's generated is touching each of the communities. Gustavo spoke about we need to listen to the experts. Couldn't agree more. I'm probably the dumbest guy on the stage, and I always want to make sure that I'm learning more and knowing how to proceed. And we've got to lean into the scientific community to make sure that we're getting the best information and creating the best strategies with that information. Cecilia hit the challenges that we're facing in a lot of ways. I mentioned the overfishing already, the warming of the oceans, how it's threatening species. Again, it's something that we need to act on, and both she and Suraj mentioned the trash problem that each one of us can do something about. I mean, the plastic bags, yes, it's wonderful when governments act, but people can act too. If you're taking all of your stuff in a reusable bag, you're doing much better than grabbing the plastic bags at every stop. And I thought that that was a very important point. Most of all, I'm jealous of Oriana because she just gets to comment on everybody else's stuff as the moderator, and you've done an excellent job with this. I'm going to stop with a minute and a half left and give an opportunity for further discussion. But thank you very much for letting me be a part of this today.
Thank you very much, Ryan, for highlighting the commitment of the US, but also for doing my job with the conclusions, which really facilitated. Probably we can leave a few minutes earlier than foreseen, but just really my 2 cents. That was an amazing conversation. I thank you very much. This fantastic panel that was very, very enlightening. I think what I heard very much from all of you, just to summarize in terms of general message from the panel, is that first of all, the blue economy, which again is both a economy and marine and freshwater ecosystem, we could say, really needs a territorial approach. From your different countries, you have highlighted what characterized the most the economy, but also we saw maps. And when you look at the maps, it means that the east, the west, the central part, for example, Cecilia, that you illustrated, necessitates specific responses. There is not just a one-size-fits-all solution, and this localization of the blue economy, the territorial approach, is very important. The second point, which is related to this one, is the social aspect, the equity, the justice, the need to include the indigenous and marginalized communities, and the needs to leave no one behind. The blue economy is a means to an end, and is a social responsibility, is a shared responsibility. So it's not just government, but really it's needed to have this inclusive aspect within the work. And last but not least, you also all mentioned governance aspect and multilateral cooperation, interdepartmental cooperation, multi-level governance across the levels of governments, awareness, regulation. These are all the enabling conditions that would actually allow the implementation of what you have just illustrated when it comes to the different sectors, but also to the ecosystem services that derived from the blue economy. As OECD representative, I can say that within our program, we look at resilience, inclusiveness, sustainability, and circularity of the blue economy as the next steps, because there is really a lot to do in all these aspects, and we hope that from our side we could contribute to this very amazing and important efforts that the countries are doing and move forward together. So thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much, audience, for your attention, and I wish you a very good lunch and the rest of the day with us. Thank you.
So now we wrap up this panel. Thank you to all the participants. And now let's take a picture with all of you, please. Now a brief pause for lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Okay? We have to run.
Finalmente consegui baixar.
O livro demorou tanto assim?
É porque eu esqueci, né? Aí voltei e aí a página atualizou.
Eu te mandei o outro no WhatsApp também. Então, a sua comida precisa esquentar? Não. Nem a minha. Então, tipo, dá pra sentar nessas mesinhas aqui. A Conceição falou do refeitório, mas não une.
Demora pra...
Ué. Ah, não, só botou na mão, não.
Então, cliquei mais.
Ah, não foi?
Ah, pronto. Da internet.
É, não tá meio instável, não sei.
Aquilo que eu tava fazendo aqui, que hoje de manhã eu tive uma ideia. Que Tauan, né, vai começar a interpretar em algum momento.
Uhum.
E aí eu fiquei pensando assim, subindo na barra. E tem tantos termos que a gente usa assim, que a gente acaba aprendendo enquanto faz.
Aham.
E aí pensei, tipo, vou fazer um glossário de termos frequentes, assim, pra ele.
Boa.
Aí você falou as fusões de montante, pô, isso parece...
Ah, tá. Não, foi mal se...
Não,
Eu
tranquilo.
te mandei é porque eu achei que você queria pra agora.
Só pra contextualizar. Pra você saber que eu sei o que significa.
É, pois é. Porque às vezes a pessoa fica tipo, não, sei.
Eu
Nossa,
sei!
da minha inteligência.
Você acha que eu sou burro?
É, na hora que... Não, ai, eu achei que eu tinha esquecido e veio uma...
Aí eu botei ali, tipo... Não, Inea.
Eu vou ver um outro site também que tem um negócio que eu não sei direito. Ai. Ah, se bem que a Casais falou que tava numa padaria, né? Que padaria?
E, A, E. E.
Tá saindo um. Saindo não? Ah, porque tá apagado também. Canal 3, canal 3. Canal 3 foi então isso.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats. Hello?
Isso, obrigado.
All right.
Bem, próximo painel.
Well,
Cultura oceânica.
next panel is called Ocean Culture and Strategic Vision. To moderate this panel, I'd like to once again invite our Undersecretary, Anna Asti. The President of the Botanical Garden Research Institute of Rio de Janeiro, please, Mr. Sérgio Besserman. From Mar Urbano Institute, Mr. Ricardo Gomes. Executive Director of the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, Dave Nimazi. And we have remotely from Instituto E, Mr. Oscar Metzavat. May I begin? Okay. I pass the floor back to myself. Thank you. Oscar can hear us online, must be watching us as well. And we will invite him during this panel to present the work that Institute E has been doing, which is quite amazing. I'm very happy to have been able to assemble this panel. It is one only with people that I have a lot of care for. It's great to moderate a panel next to people who we're very proud of. I'm very proud of their work. One of them will speak in English, Dave. So if anyone has to listen in Portuguese, just take your translation device. Are you listening, Dave, in English? You're getting it fine? Okay. So, just to briefly introduce our colleagues, we have Sergio Besserman. Sergio is the one who, well, taught me pretty much everything I know about the climate challenge that the world has been going through. My teacher, my friend. He's currently leading our Botanical Garden Research Institute, located here in Rio de Janeiro. It is a federal agency. And more than that, Sergio is the sole owner of a very particular analysis, and he talks a lot about the emergency, about the urgent nature of this challenge. The oceans are a big part of that emergency. So we really did need to have his perspective on this panel. It's very important. I told him that I wanted to do my doctor's thesis about his institute. The theme of this panel is pretty much the doctorate of my dreams. So it's about the blue economy and a strategic vision, and what's the importance of that for humanity going forward. As Sergio says, the planet will go on, but how will it go on, and whether we will go on with it is the issue. And that's what we're up against here, to perpetuate our species on this blue dot. So now, next to Sergio, we have Ricardo Gomes, someone that has inspired me a lot throughout my life. He's been diving into the Guanabara Bay for 30 years, and he brings light. His images shed light on the underwater wealth that we have. He turns the invisible visible, and we can only protect what we know exists, what we see. So he has an essential role in building that visual image of the ocean culture, the ocean literacy for society at large, who is very passionate about our bay. Dave Nimazi. Well, Dave has an amazing history with the Chesapeake Bay at the University of Maryland. We were with Dave last March to become more familiar with his governance strategies. Since the 70s, they've been working on a governance pact, which involves the various stakeholders of that section around the Chesapeake Bay, and how Chesapeake Bay could leave a situation that's very similar to the current one in Guanabara Bay. And it was very much about governance between actors, along these lines of returning to the relationship of society with that watershed, as they call it. It's going back to the relationship of society with it and the governance of the people around it. And Oscar Metzavad, we can see you. You're showing up on screen here. Oscar is going to talk. We're looking up because you're on the screen on top of us. But we'll be talking to you. Oscar is leading amazing work in Instituto E. And through UNESCO, well, not just UNESCO, but throughout his through his amazing institute, he does a lot of ocean culture work, bringing about the importance of traditional peoples. And he will talk about the film that he produced, Caiçaras, and inspire us on the theme. I will call on you very soon, Oscar. I will begin with Professor Sergio Besserman. He will talk about the strategic perspective, the relationship between the ocean with the climate, and then we'll follow your thread. Thank you so much for being here. It's very special. You can hear me? As I only have 10 minutes, I will try to be brief. And I'll go against protocol. I was going to talk about the issues and then at the end present a scenario of hope. But let me invert that. Oceans will be decisive for the future of humanity and for the future of Brazil specifically. Brazil will see a lot of opportunities to generate income, employment, and at various fronts based on the ocean. However, we are at a stage in our civilization in which, of course, there are climates related to biodiversity and challenges. These are existential threats to our civilization. And the blue economy is, in and of itself, an opportunity, as it does not carry a 300-year history of issues. It provides us with the possibility of starting off without the degradation that our productive activities have caused. That's important not just to protect nature and avoid global warming. It is also important in the financial and corporate point of view. In the sustainability of the worldwide competitiveness, you can only have that if we start off sustainable. This will be an imperative demand for the future, and we have the opportunity of starting off our activities of harnessing those opportunities right away through the blue economy without carrying over that stock of problems that we face in many other remits. Given that, I'll give the example of the Guanabara Bay from the perspective of the urban setting. If every single thing works out here in Rio, but 20 years from now, we continue to be one of the rare cities that has such a polluted bay, then it will not have worked out. And on the other hand, if we can actually do what Merida and other examples are doing, our most relevant asset here in Rio de Janeiro, I'm an ecologist first, but I'm also an economist. And so I'll speak now as an economist. The main asset of the state of Rio de Janeiro, as with most companies, is our brand. That is why we got the awards, the country in the world that will ever get this award of human heritage in the human landscape category. It's not because we have the Atlantic rainforest, great system of lagoons, the famous shoreline, and two amazing bays. It's because we have that in the middle of a 13 million population city. We have all of that, those wonders in the middle of a metropolitan region. That is our brand. That is our main asset. Now, if you allow me, I will use my time. I want to be brief. I want to listen to the other speakers as well. Now I have to, give the bad news. In terms of the climate emergency, things are not looking good. It is, well, the events of the last 5 years and the science, what science makes explicit through the state-of-the-art report by IPCC, ER 6, it's already outdated. The events that we've seen in the last 5 years were forecast for the next 20 years. This is not an error of science. Science needs to be conservative in its forecasts. It would be terrible, politically speaking, if it says that something will happen and it didn't happen. They forecasted for further down the road. But these things took place now. Heat waves, floods, Pakistan flooded, Libya, large Chinese cities, Valencia, heat waves killing a huge amount of people. None of this was expected for now. The scientific information is very wide, and we could spend hours here talking about it. And at the same time, the geopolitical stage is not doing fine either. The wars, global governance is going downhill. Now, if what took place is the contingency of factors which allowed us to open a window and see the world, well, not the world, I'll explain, but the world above 1.5, then that's terrible news. However, what we are seeing is the tip of the iceberg. Because it's one thing to have 1 year above 1.5. 2 years is something else. 5, 10, and that's exponential. So if it was a setting of factors that has led us to 1.5 degrees as it took place in 2023, 24, it's no longer the average temperature, but 1.5 by the end of the century is no longer possible. We'll continue to struggle, but this is no shot. It is a much more serious setting than what we had in our minds as a forecast. But that would be good news, because the other hypothesis is that we are already witnessing a trend. And the oceans are at the center of that, because there's a huge mystery that affects all of us, and we simply don't know. Science does not yet know. The peoples that are witnessing this, what's taking place with the oceans, do not know. The Secretary General said the oceans are boiling. He can only say that if that is backed up by science. The temperature of the North Atlantic has reached its maximum. Now it dropped a little bit, but it reached the maximum number that it's had in the past 180,000 years. If all of the estimate metrics back that up, then it's robust. The South Atlantic is also high. We just had El Nino. We always have it, of course. But the El Nino's implications this year were completely off the charts. All of the meteorological models are currently failing us. Something has taken place. Every single NASA, NOAA, our own, all of them were forecasting La Nina for March. It didn't come. Okay, so June. Once again, it didn't come. September, it's certain. It didn't come. And now 70% La Nina, but such a weak La Nina that we won't even notice it in October, November. It's already November now. So it's not a matter of whether it came or not. What matters is the meteorological models, which are not climate models, they are no longer accounting for the truth. And to go to the point, what is causing that huge increase in the temperature of the oceans? We simply do not know. And therefore, the takeaway message here is the blue economy is a necessary future. It is indispensable, not just for the well-being of humanity, but for sustainable development. It's our opportunity to substitute deleterious activities with opportunities. So consuming less meat, for example, less beef, less deforestation, people live longer, etc. Have it once a week, replace it with fish. Then you have to know how to do it, because overfishing is also a threat. Even tuna cans became poison. I don't know if you saw the news because of the amount of mercury. Now, can we do it sustainably? Of course we can. And we have the opportunity of starting off sustainably on all aspects. Circular economy, Oscar is a master in that. Zero carbon, etc., etc., etc. We have a road ahead of us. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. Let's start off with everything that we have learned so far and have brought us to this crisis. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. I love it when Sergio speaks. He really does bring the reality of the scenario. And it's often hard to hear, but we see it. We can see what's happening all around us. So it's really overdue, and now we need to reconnect with our ecosystem and review how we make decisions. Because each and every one of us can make a difference in this process, depending on our own choices. And I can see Oscar is here on top of us. He's an UNESCO ambassador. And maybe if we could play a trailer for Oscar's short film, Caissara. And Oscar, do you want to speak before the trailer, or should I play the trailer before? Okay, so we will play it before. And then Oscar is going to tell us a little bit about it. And he can also comment on Besserman's talk.
Obrigada. Esse, gente, é trecho.
Thank you. Guys, this is a trailer of the film. The film is 10 minutes long, right? Oscar can talk a little bit more about the film, what inspired him to look for this connection with the ocean, okay? If you can project Oscar here on the screen for us to see him again. Can you hear Oscar? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Perfect, yes. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this table. Thank you for the invitation, Ana Bia, to have Green Rio, to incorporate blue economy to this event. Well, you introduced me as a UNESCO ambassador. I'm a Goodwill ambassador, sustainability at UNESCO in 2020. I was invited to be the Ocean Decade Ambassador at the UN, and UNESCO is managing this project inside the UN. The Ocean Decade, for me, I'm in charge of, as an ambassador, I'm in charge of promoting the ocean culture and promoting this culture through society, mainly through young people. And as Besseman said, right, Sergio, my dear advisor for a while, a partner in several projects, we have to reach the new generations in a more precise manner. We have to guide the new generation about how to be protagonists in this new transition and in this new period in our country. And why me? And why was the chosen one? Because they say I was an example of how to use creative economy, art, culture, design, apply it as a way of communication and transformation to young people. Communication through our projects, such as the t-shirts with the subjects related to sustainability in the oceans and other biomes that we use as well. The transformation in the business itself, transformation in the methods and practices used in the production, from upcycling in fishing nets and plastic bottles, and a project that we've had for 20 years, and also this lower use of water in the textile chain that uses a lot of energy and water, and reducing, mitigating the use of chemicals. And through the Institute and using art as a laboratory of expression, using culture for innovation and technology in fashion industry, we work together with the suppliers and basically all the steps of the process. And we try to bring entrepreneurial practices to transform, and that by using arts and culture and fashion, bring that through a lighter communication, different from the academia and activism that we all participate in. We are participating in here. But and there are other things we do also. The dunes that I have idealized for 15 years in the neighborhoods of the beaches of Ipanema and Leblon to revitalize the dunes and the vegetation, the native vegetation at the beach. And when I promoted that as a public-private partnership, it has been so for 15 years, I really thought, that was what Sergio was saying, Rio de Janeiro is a token, is a concept of what the whole world is nowadays, because we are surrounded by the sea, by the ocean, by the forest, the Atlantic forest, and we have between them a cosmopolitan city of millions of inhabitants, in which allows us to have an incredible, envied lifestyle that's replicated by many cultures in the world. Oh, Rio de Janeiro has that, and Ipanema has that. Not Ipanema as a neighborhood, but Ipanema as a concept, a lifestyle, the urban lifestyle integrated with nature. we have that, but we also have the big problems big cities have: pollution that causes destruction and other things that happen with the natural resources that we have in our part, and created this culture of ours that is the Caiçara culture. And that's what represents this meeting of our Rio de Janeiro culture, the Guanabara Bay. Now that's exactly this recovery of the bay, as well as the Ipanema Dunes. It's basically a smaller product. I mean, it's a big project, but it's it has this smaller performance, but it brings the city of Rio de Janeiro to remind us that we started this thought of sustainable development in Rio 92. We have to bear that in mind. In addition to the acknowledgement of UNESCO as a humankind heritage. So when I created the Dunes project, I thought, let's use the beach of Ipanema that sells a fresh, healthy lifestyle that's spread all over the world, that has to do with the beach, hedonism, but show that we, as a Carioca society organized, we can take care of our surroundings if we organize ourselves in public-private partnerships, cultural and transformational partnerships. As an example, two other cultures, other societies, other cities in Brazil, because we know this is an asset that represents us so much socially and culturally and sustainably. And that's interesting because during the G20, the dunes will become a part of the Biosphere Reserve through UNESCO, becoming a symbol of throughout our entire coast until our maritime islands that are part of the Biosphere Reserve. So these kind of projects are very easy for the society get in touch with and see how simple it is to understand how frail, how delicate the nature is, that the dunes are, and we have destroyed them over the past 50 years, and now we're recovering them. It's another beautiful project that we are conducting, Institute E, alongside UNESCO, that stimulates ocean culture with young people. I invited the Brazilian Confederation of Surf and the Brazilian Confederation of Sailing. And the first thing that we have done, the first part, was a deep survey about the relationship between these young athletes of these confederations with the sea. Because as much as artisanal fishers, sailors and surfers are those who have a closer contact with the sea. So we did the survey. Now we're going to create the Young Movement Project using all the references that these famous young athletes have to create a movement of ocean culture, and at the same time an education program to create a school material to present to the Ministry of Education, which according to our survey, our school material, what we can see them is a relationship with the forest, with the Amazon forest, our land biomes, gender and race issues, but there's a big deficiency about ocean culture. So we're introducing this project, and that's with some basic points that I wanted to mention about this project for you to understand. It's for everyone to understand why UNESCO helps me, invites me to help promote ocean culture in events and conferences, using and presenting my projects as example of entrepreneurship that reunite design, fashion, art with an urban and contemporary activism. And just to wrap up, the most important thing for us is that we have to dedicate ourselves to a transformation in education for the next generations. These generations that we have currently are aware, are activists, but they are not aware of the sustainable development, entrepreneurial thinking. We have to promote for young people in universities and schools an entrepreneurial thought, both for those who go to the private sector or to nonprofit or private sector. We have to promote the same way we promote, I don't know, the Silicon Valley, Stanford, the way they have promoted, and like Estonia, that have promoted education, have promoted education in the digital world. Something that promotes for young people to feel included in R&D, research and development. We have to show society, especially young people, that not only activism, but also transformation is important to stimulate research and sustainable development for business and ocean culture, so that young people can see themselves as part of the change and not only spectators. And we have to enter this third stage of this transition for environmental awareness, which is transformation, bringing methods in all areas of economy, but sustainable methods. And that will only come through a very big fostering from institutions, either government or non-government, and stimulating young people from early age to be a part of that transformation, not only activists, people who ask for change. That's my message today. Perfect, Oscar. Thank you. Do you want to add anything? No, just say thank you. I think it adds a little bit to what Sergio has said. We have a big opportunity through Rio de Janeiro, through this Guanabara Bay project, all projects related that we have here in Brazil, uniting high-level research and new methodologies, but also ancestry knowledge. This film, Caissara, I created this character, this young boy, Caissara, that he shows us spectators, well-educated people. We have an edge in terms of information and education, knowledge. But this young boy knows a lot more about the relationship between the man and the ocean and fishing than us. And through the knowledge that he inherited from his father and grandfather and great-grandfather and then on. And we have some fishing colonies in the city of Rio de Janeiro, which are hundreds of years old. And that shows that we have all the ingredients we need. But if we don't know how to make a proper project of educational transformation and communication with Rio leading these projects of knowledge and teaching and research, I think we'll miss a great opportunity in this change, in this ocean economy, like Sergio Besserman said. Thank you, dear Oscar. You inspired us a lot. We looked at each other and we thought, wow, we have a lot to do. Inspired us a lot with this subject of education, the relationship between young people and the ocean, and how this can be transforming, and how to determine the next half of our century. We have Jaime, a fisherman who's here. He's part of this beautiful project by Urban Sea Institute. Ricardo Gomes, he's been a diver, a Guanabara Bay diver for 30 years, and I will ask Ricardo to tell us a little bit of this experience and how is our bay going, and talk a little bit about what Oscar says, what Sergio said, these challenges. we have from now on to be able to reconnect our city and our society to this ecosystem that you know so well from the inside. Hello? Thank you, Anna. There's a pleasure, Oscar. Sergio Besserman, it's an honor to be next to you once again. I was listening to you say these things, and I remembered a conversation that I had with our friend Carlos Eduardo Young in life, and planet Earth came from the ocean. And I think we're looking at the wrong place when we are exploring the space. If we find life outside the planet Earth, it's very likely that this life is going to be in the water, in the ocean of a different country. And if we compare the expenses, for example, North American economy, the world expends what they expend in space exploration is about $80 billion, and what we compare with ocean research is $1 billion. That shows a little bit of the work that we have in this ocean decades to redirect a little bit of the perspective of the economy, the society to the ocean. And when we talk about ocean culture, I have a very interesting story with Sergio Besserman. I remember in 2016 when I met Sergio in a lecture at Furnas. I listened for him talking for an hour, and I wanted to do something about my life. It planted a seed, and I thank you once again. In the Vedic literature, it says that if we come to this world and touches a single person's heart, our mission in our life has been fulfilled. So I'm here, Sergio. I'm 50, and I had a child. I closed my company. I said, from now on, I'm going to work towards the ocean. I launched the movie. I didn't know you, Oscar, at the time of the New York conference. We didn't meet, but I launched the Urban Bay documentary, showing for the first time how beautiful the Guanabara Bay is at the bottom of the sea. At that time, they say the bay was dead, and we have shown a bay very much alive to touch people from their hearts, to show that tipping point and trying to bring that to more people. And I saw myself in kind of a frail situation. I was 50, and I had my daughter, and I was living in a man's world. I had to bring food into the house. I had to put her in the school. And trying to do something, I started working. I'm a marine biologist. I'm a biology professor. I went to the Notre Dame School in Ipanema. I proposed them a course called Diving into the Ocean to be able to have Nina study there. I tried to work practically to study the books in the school and start bringing ocean culture to the school. Such a symbolic institution in the neighborhood of Ipanema, a course of ocean literacy. And this is the third year this course is a hit. It became a model for other schools. I went to São Paulo, a school in Ubatuba. I certified the school. We got, the Notre Dame now has the certification, the blue UNESCO certification. This school in Ubatuba was also certified by UNESCO. And so instead of waiting and think what can be done, I thought, what I can do. I went there and talked to the nuns. Let's do something. And last year, a study was published. A contributor of ours, Johnny, published a paper that analyzed 640,000 words used in high school and middle school in Brazil. And in this universe of 640,000 words, only 19 words are about the marine ecosystem. We can look at that and be very sad. I can look at this glass and see only half full. But I can see that we have a lot of opportunities to invent new models of business. I can bring Jaime this year. I've graduated in marine biology in 91. My mother had brain aneurysm. My family moved to Minas as a marine biologist in Rio. I survived from fishing in Guanabara Bay for 2 years, and Jaime was a colleague fisherman, and we're here celebrating that the first payment of his contract. He was hired from the Urban Sea Institute. He stopped fishing. Now he is defending the fish that he has lived from fishing, and that shows that it is possible for us to see reality through a different perspective. It is possible for us to make room and walk this path in a more sustainable life, a life in which you stop thinking, what is life giving us, and start thinking what I am giving to this life.
Like our grandparents would say, you get what you give. It's very hard to create this level of detachment, so to say. Stop thinking only about ourselves. I have a short story. I won't be able to say too much with this time. Maybe you could play the video while I'm finishing. This is a very new video here. I filmed a couple of stingrays in the Visconde de Albuquerque channel. An extraordinarily clear day and 1.5 meters depth. This is a day-to-day activity. I work with Jaime every day there. Going off to dive in the early morning. We went to do our weekly blitz, and we ended up in Visconde de Albuquerque. I heard that there were some stingrays there, and we wanted to check it out. And you know, sometimes we know Mars better than we know our own oceans, right? There's a true stingray haven in our Guanabara watershed. There's over 10 species recorded. It places our bay 5th with the biggest biodiversity of those species. It's even the cheapest fish in a fair. The same stingray in Indonesia is protected by law. There are people who pay $500 to dive and see these species. Some of them live up to 70 years. A mantis ray can be worth as much as $1 million. So that's the half full or half empty cup, right? We can be happy to see a world of possibilities that we have, things that we can learn and value. This biodiversity can aggregate so much to the economy of the state. There are islands in Indonesia that live off of stingray observation, like bird watching in the United States. It moves billions of dollars, and now this ecological tourism is starting in Brazil. And it's just a matter of looking and realizing the wealth that we have. I knew that Ellen was going to be here, and I wanted to tell this story about working with the blue economy. I went to the Secretariat of the Environment to request from Monarty to take a group of children to the mangrove and see the community releasing the crabs. I asked if we could release the crabs. It was a Guayamon species. There's a group that buys the crabs and releases them. And when I asked Donna if we could take the children to release the crabs, I wasted an entire day to go to the downtown and make that request. So I met Anna, and she said, wow, this is a nice story. We're inaugurating Rio 2030 next week. Do you want to go and open up a ceremony? And I agreed. And she said, oh, we're going to project some images on the heart of the Christ. And I said, well, why don't you project the stingrays and, you know, the local wealth that we have? And imagine, Oscar, I'm a photographer and marine biologist. I work more in press than in anything else. Simone Trato is here, publisher from Global. She worked with us for 30 years, and we really do need to better communicate the ocean. Every day that we can get the ocean on the press, we score a goal. Simone is our best scorer. This year we've already hit 200 pieces. Last year we also were able to reach 200 pieces. Over 660 million views in our pages. That's ocean communication. That's our action model. All that thanks to Simone's work. But imagine a person who was trained as a biologist and a photographer spends their whole life without the opportunity of projecting their images on the heart of Christ. Imagine if I had my old work. I had an event company. I'd organize weddings in Copacabana Palace. A buttload of cash. But what's success? What's wealth, really, you know? It's beyond what you can measure, right? It's what you leave behind. So I just was requesting to release crabs. There was this invitation, and then, can you please get the images up? You could just loop it. Get some sound on. So you can feel, you know. We walk on a road that the life has chosen for us, and oftentimes we come into this world, this material plane, and we're afraid to take a step to the side and follow a different path. Sometimes life is telling you something to move towards a different path, and you just don't go because of fear. And when you find the courage and you get, you know, the fortune of finding people who inspire you and make you believe in something else, after that, true miracles can happen. There is a presence that physics and science cannot yet explain. This spiritual presence, and it's one of the biggest wealth that we can find in the blue economy. The spirituality of it. So many religions that have their, you know, entities connected to the ocean. I think that's the biggest wealth of the blue economy, to be able to move people and touch people's hearts. In the Catholic Church, as in many other religions, they say that when we take a step towards God, God takes 10 steps towards you. If life on this planet originated in the ocean, I just want to propose that the human spirit arose from the ocean. And we're here talking about the blue economy. We're also talking about spirituality, about the divine. And we're also talking about the immense power and of that. And that is what I believe we can harness to fight climate change. 7-8 billion people looking at and interpreting reality in various ways. I believe we will be able to find solutions, find the means that we often already have of winning, of moving forward as a species. So that's my message of this enlightened path that we're on. I feel very fortunate to be here walking with you, with the certainty that there's something guiding us and that it is worthwhile looking to our side, and that it is worthwhile to preserve the marine biodiversity that provides us with the air that we breathe, the water we drink, the food, the leisure. The ocean really is everything. If there's any time in which we must act, it is now. Thank you. Beautiful. I had to put his images up on Christ, right? I just did what we needed to do. It was the basics. Such beautiful turtles, stingrays. It's wonderful. It's where it must be. Those are the instruments that we can use with creativity in order to promote the ocean culture. So we talk a lot about the Guanabara watershed, and we have a sister bay, a sister watershed, the Chesapeake Bay, with whom we've been exchanging a lot of experience throughout the years. Dave has been here before in order to, assess the health of our bay and think about how we can face these challenges. Now we're able to take not just steps, but leaps in order to improve it. Him and Ricardo Gomes have been diving in Guanabara Bay for many years, one of the biggest defenders of the diversity of Guanabara Bay, and can really help us think about the glass half full. It is the 5th biggest stingray hotspot in the world, right? So the bay is alive. There's a lot of life in it. So Dave, in your experience in Chesapeake Bay, what did you do to turn things around? The turnaround that we've been seeking here in Guanabara Bay.
Let me say thank you very much for having me here today. It's a great honor to be with these panelists and you, Anna. Thank you very much. And what a challenge I have. These 3 previous speakers were so terrific. Here I am speaking in English, not in Portuguese, so my apologies. And here I am having to come in and talk about hopefully inspiring work that we've done, but also how we can help jumpstart from lessons that we've learned. How can we make your restoration process go faster, right? So we've spent a lot of time. In the Chesapeake Bay, we've been trying to restore the bay now for over 40 years. This has been a very big challenge, and we need to really try to spread the message of what worked and how we can help others fix their coastal zone much sooner so we could see more of the beauty of the bay here in Guanabara Bay. You know, when I was coming here, I was telling my family, my colleagues, my friends that I was going to Rio, you know, and what I hope to say in the future is that I'm going to Guanabara Bay, either in their watershed or to the bay itself, and that would mean something to them. They would know, much like Anna introduced me as coming from the Chesapeake, I want to be able to tell people I'm going to Guanabara Bay. And they'll be like, oh, isn't that by Rio? I say, yeah, I'm going to Rio too, but I'm going to Guanabara Bay, right? That's what we want to get to, right? That's what we want to work toward. So a couple things.
Então, algumas coisas que eu queria pontuar aqui. Um dos grandes pontos de promoção da Baía de Chesapeake é que temos um processo de governança, de tomada de decisão que é bastante robusto e que foi pensado para ser um modelo, um exemplo. Então, vou falar um pouquinho sobre o modelo de governança. Na Baía de Chesapeake, só para esclarecer, temos 7 estados que fazem parte da Baía. Cada estado tem seu governador, sua base de poder, enfim, seus próprios interesses, órgãos, etc. Isso, por si só, já é um desafio. Milhares de municípios. Aqui tem centenas, mas isso é tudo muito importante também.
That kind of runs what we call the Chesapeake.
E temos o
They're very diverse groups, all working towards the goal and provide the necessary advice and programs to help meet the goal. And then on the sideline, also very important, is an academic, what's called the Science and Technical Advisory Committee, a Citizens Advisory Committee, a local government advisory committee, and an agricultural advisory committee. And they are all high-level committees over this entire region of 7 different states, made up working together, who are trying to produce reports and kind of talking about the restoration effort in their more. And then perhaps, and the work that my university, other universities in the area really focus on is monitoring the success. It's not just setting goals. It's not just implementing a goal. It's making sure you're meeting the goal. And to do that, you have to do constant measurements. And it's not only measurements of
Nós reconectamos 500 canos para tratamentos de esgoto, isso é muito importante. Mas o que também é importante é como que a Bahia reage a isso. Existe um decréscimo em poluição, existe um decréscimo em nutrientes, um decrescimento de E. coli. Tudo isso é muito importante considerar. Sabemos, né? Seja uma loja pequena ou uma agência, você sempre tem que ajustar. Não dá para só determinar um objetivo e falar, cumprimos o objetivo, pronto, agora está perfeito. Não é tão fácil. Você tem que certificar de que está sendo ajustado. Você quer atingir esse objetivo e aí, se não fizer nenhum ajuste, será um desafio. Então, na minha experiência na Baía de Guanabara, eu estou bastante animado, né, com o objetivo de 90% de conexão para tratamento de esgoto. É um objetivo muito bom. E uma coisa que eu encorajo bastante é o foco nos próximos 10, 20, 30% na direção desse objetivo. Não se preocupar com os últimos 10. Essa vai ser a parte mais difícil. A gente sabe que no início é mais difícil. Mas se a gente não começar a trabalhar na parte mais fácil, os 20, 30%...
You'll never get to the hardest part, right? And I assure you, reducing the human waste going into Bar Bay by 1/3, we're going to start seeing a difference in the health of the bay. We're going to start seeing more stingrays, more turtles, more dolphins. This will make a significant difference. There will be more fish, more fishermen. The water will be clearer, and this is also a great example. So I want to just touch on a couple things also in the Chesapeake. This is hard. This work is hard. Announcements are easy. Pronunciations are easy. Change is hard. It took about 30 years before we started seeing a significant increase in the water quality in Chesapeake Bay. So we had to have the organization and set the expectations so people do not get discouraged too quickly. Oh, well, we signed this, therefore it must be. No, this is hard. Part of what's so difficult is that these bays are very big. Their water, even though it moves quite well, there's a lot of it, right? And then there are changes. Climate change is one of the harder ones to understand and really assess. Today, we know we're going to have to clean the Chesapeake Bay more today than we thought we did 40 years ago because the water is getting warmer. If the water gets warmer, the bay is more sensitive. It doesn't react as well. And so our goals for reduction of pollutants have gone up, right? They haven't gotten easier, they've gotten harder. And so we have to have the sustained ability to keep on working. So another big thing that we learned is that communication is key. You have to keep up a communication campaign. And this has to come from all of the partners. It can't just be on the agency. It can't just be on the governor. It has to be on the social society partnerships. It has to be within the private sector. It has to be everyone working together saying, we're doing this because we want a cleaner Guanabara Bay. You know, we're doing this because it really makes a big difference. And so the communication is really a big aspect of it. And then another thing that was touched on earlier, particularly in the earlier panel, was the issue of equity. And that everyone has to be a partner and everyone has to see the results. It can't just be for some people in civil society. It has to be for everyone. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't prioritize. There has to be priorities, but everyone has to understand that there is something important for them in there, and you can't leave out one sector. You can't say, oh, you know, that's too hard, that's too difficult, the people don't care. You have to find out what is going to make them and what's going to help them care so that you could bring them into the partnership and you could work with them in a way that's positive towards the goals that you agree to. Another thing that I think is very helpful to the Chesapeake system is that our advocacy organizations are very critical. And the agency leads appreciate that because they need the pressure. If they don't have that kind of pressure, then it's too easy to say, oh, well, we've done enough, this is great. No, they need the push of the advocacy community to really keep working with them, to keep challenging. We get maybe 20 new species, we've increased biodiversity. Well, maybe we could get 50 new species. Why should we stop now? We're doing good work. Let's keep it going, right? So this is all very, very, very important. The last point I really want to make is the importance of partnerships, and within the work to restore the Guanabara Bay. These partnerships are really really critical for sustained long-term focus and progress. And so I always advise groups to go big. Start with a really big partnership, have very big open arms, hug everyone, love everyone who wants to do the same thing you do. You know you will have disagreements along the way, right? But you have to respect one another to start with. And you have to sit down together and really open up the dialogue. I think this is really, really critical. And so again, I hope, as I said earlier, the next time I come, I could just say, I'm going to Guanabara Bay. Oh, I may visit Rio too. I don't know, we'll see. But I'm going to enjoy Guanabara Bay. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
E estamos aqui às margens da Baía.
And we're here at the margins of Guanabara Bay and also in Rio de Janeiro. So this is very interesting to hear, Dave, because when we were together, getting to know the governance system that you have developed, the pact at the Chesapeake Bay, that inspired us a lot, especially what was I felt more strongly for you was you developing a science committee that's responsible for proposing to the authorities these goals based in indicators, based in scientific data. So it's not only the will to work or create a sewage processing station here or there. It's all based in information about a contamination that comes through a river in which there's a specific city that says there's a phosphorus load that's very high and needs intervention. So that's where the goal comes from, based in research and scientific data. And that goal, as I was telling Besserman was saying as well, everything is worked around this, revolves around this goal, reaching this goal. Everyone who's in the execution process has this goal, and not the other way around, planning to get to a goal. It's the other way around, having the goal and then working towards this goal. So that for us is a shift in the way we think and work, and that has inspired us to create the decree that creates the Blue Guanabara project. And we have this decree that's based in the governance structure that you develop in Chesapeake, that is our Blue Guanabara. Márcio is our memory of all of this. He has helped us find our files, all the work that had been developed in 2015, 2016 about the Chesapeake Bay. And now we have to make it happen, because write it down is easy. Now we have to make it happen, this governance that we put in the decree, and make it really happen. So our project, and I'll tell everyone that may not know, our common project is have this partnership, make it closer and closer with the Chesapeake Bay. And earlier, Solange has shown the environmental quality measurement that we use here, not only with environmental indicators, but also social and economical indicators. And through this entire mechanism of indicators and close tracking. We're going to organize this governance with all the stakeholders. You're looking at me, right? Sorry. And we will organize this with all the stakeholders to be able to start this governance work that embraces communities, that embraces civil society organizations, embraces municipalities, federal entities that work here in the Guanabara Bay, and the academia, technical studies, R&D that you all mentioned. That is a big encompassing that we have to have in a structured, organized manner, starting from a cohesive project with the resources that was approved from our fund for us to work with over the next 2 or 3 years and organize this much needed governance in the Guanabara Bay that we wish to be clean in 10 years. So we need to follow this closely. So guys, I'm feeling pressured by Jorge Miguel here, our MC here next to me. So I need to tell this was a very powerful panel. Listening, all of you, please a round of applause. This panel, when we thought about this panel, Oscar's there on the other side, but he's here with us too. And when we thought about this panel, it was really about what is ocean culture, this literacy, this strategic field that we want to bring. And here we listen the challenges of the oceans and climate change, how to touch people's heart, and including projects that encompass concrete actions locally and government management in base. So it's a giant challenge, as you all have seen, and I feel very, very, very honored with your presence here. Very happy to connect this four great men, and I hope that this connection keeps going more and more from now on, because I know the four of you have power, huge power, not only rational, but also in the heart and soul to promote this transformation with all of us, because everyone is here listening to this. Everyone has the same feeling towards the oceans. But the hope, the four men, that is going to work is because there's a woman managing things, right? Yes, thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the participants of this panel. Dave Namazier, Ricardo Gomes, Sérgio Besserman, Ricardo Metzavar, Anassi for conducting this panel so wonderfully. Picture, please. Next panel now. Please do not leave. Bear with me there. We have an amazing panel right now. Is it correct, Gilda? Okay. So now we're going to talk about blue economy and decarbonization of maritime transportation.
Mestre, como vai ser? Tudo bem? Prazer em rever. Vamos aí junto de novo. Isso aí, André, André.
Gostaria de pedir a todos que se acomodem.
I'd like to ask you all to sit down so we can start the next panel.
Senta comigo. Sit down, please.
Então, vamos dar sequência lá.
Okay, let's move on with our schedule. Now we're going to talk about hello? Okay. Well, we're going to talk about blue economy and decarbonization of maritime transportation. I'd like to invite their seats. The advisor of business development and who is going to conduct this panel, Mr. André Sohajevsky. Yeah, that's it, André Sohajevsky. He's going to mediate this panel. Perfect. The Undersecretary for Sea Economy at the Cinema, Mr. Marcelo Felipe Alexandre. Mr. Luciano Figueiras at Tomorrow Executive Management. Mr. Luigi Mato from RBNA Consultancy. Hello? Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. The survivors here this Friday afternoon with the heat and sun. We are survivors. So I'd like to thank you for your presence. We are all interested in such an important subject. We have talked about a lot in this past 2 days. And today I'm bringing some ideas for our panelists about this subject. As I mentioned, we find very important about this area of this challenge in the blue economy and the decarbonization of maritime transportation. So I'm going to start a quick introduction of the subject, the dynamic panel. I'll start with his input and I'll raise some questions so our panelists can expand the subject and we can expand our knowledge on this subject. So I'll start with this quick input. Professor Tawan was here yesterday, representative of IMPA, talking about this concept of blue economy. This subject of our this event, blue economy, and this is a concept. Professor Tawan, I grabbed this quotation of his. I'm sorry, but I'll have to dispute this questioning about what this concept is that has been mentioned a lot and involves sustainability. But this is blue economy. But we know that here in Rio de Janeiro, especially, we have a lot of activities that are not necessarily sustainable. They're related to extraction or expression and exploration of oil and gas. So, for example, onshore and offshore oil and gas. And Rio in Brazil is very important. It comes from the sea. About 80% of oil and gas in the country comes from the sea. And we are talking about maritime mining, oceanic fishing, extraction of the maritime fauna, maritime transportation more specifically. But we balance that if that has to do with it's inside the concept of blue economy. And what's important from the start is what is the sea economy, because it's much larger than that. It encompasses all the sustainable issues, but it expands. It's larger than that. All that's related directly or indirectly to the sea is the sea economy or maritime economy. I put a reference here for anyone's interested. If Professor Jeffrey Till opens his work with this question is about maritime subject, all the subjects about sea economy. So it's a reflection for us to think about, to our panelists think about as well. And especially in Brazil, we are facing this challenge. The SDG number 9 and 14 is sea life, sea economy. How can we face this challenge of preserving marine life through sustainable activities and developing our industry? Because we're not talking about developed countries. We're talking about a developing country. We have an industry that needs to expand. So this is the first input for our panelists to think about. And here I'm thinking about the future of maritime transportation and some facts for everyone to be familiar with the term. The world population, we hope it to increase in 2 billions of inhabitants up to 2050. Another China, US, Brazil in demographic growth. And we know that 90% of exterior trade flows through the sea. And there are statistics that say that 3% of greenhouse gas emissions yearly are related to maritime global traffic. And this increase of population can triple to 2050. So this is a problem that's been in the radar of this international policy. So to contextualize in time, we have some drivers, the increase of globalization, connectivity, pivot to the east, the gravity center of global economy to the east, our policy of 2030 agenda that comes right after the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, with Europe being very concerned with decarbonization and above all the energy issue and the reduction to 55% of the greenhouse gases emission by 2030. So I'm also going to talk about the Maritime International Organization unfolds this greenhouse gas emission control policy and the decarbonization of maritime transportation. And then in 2020, we had the pandemic. And then now, over the past few years, the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East that obviously impact the international maritime transportation. And here we have the IMO and the problems in Europe since 2018 and 2023. The organization reviewed some and released some goals that are very bold: 70% of deduction by 2040, net zero in 2050, and some articulations, as I said. In Europe, the Green Deal points to investments in this area that form what are the green pathways that we have to see here, and we can see here in the map. This is happening in the northern hemisphere. How is it going to happen here in Brazil? Another reflection to our guests. And is this going to represent more taxation to maritime transportation that's not green? And we see the 90% of all the trade that flows through the sea. And the life cycles of fuels, just to have an overview, that from the production, emissions, and distribution, and emissions in the maritime operations. It's important to analyze this. And the value chain of maritime transportation that encompasses the fuel chain, the value chain in ship construction, and the operational value chain at the sea. So that's what we call the value chain of maritime transportation. And just to contextualize the importance this has in the international market, the organization forecasts an investment of 3.5 trillion by 2040 in decarbonization, transports, in renewables, sustainable agriculture, and other solutions. And here, just some facts. I'm going to go through that very quickly just so you can all understand the big challenge Brazil is addressing. When you talk about maritime transportation, imagine that Brazil is the second largest exporter of iron ore to China and second only to Australia. So 70% of the soy that's exported goes to China. And the biggest importers from Brazil are China and the US. China more than doubling the US, and China imports 47% of all the oil exported from Brazil. But we see the difference, the distance. How can Brazil compete with all these issues? How can we control our transportation, the investments in maritime transportation, and be competitive? And what is the solution? Can we have biofuels? Brazil is competitive, but maybe seek an alliance with North America to have a bigger projection in the international market and a larger distribution network in maritime transportation internationally. And another important challenge is governance. Here, an example of our Undersecretary knows it well, the governance in the maritime sector. Only in Rio de Janeiro, where we have companies, associations that work in this area of the maritime sector, we have a big structure that is public and private involved in the maritime sector in the state and also federal entities. So imagine how would be the governance here, the difficulties. This is materializing Oriana's work in OECD, the complexity of the governance that is demanded in our maritime sector. And so based in what happens in the federal level, the Interministerial Commission to Sea Resources that works with 16 different ministries and the Naval Cluster are inspired in that to look at this governance. And the state of Rio de Janeiro has an interesting tool that is SEDEMAR, in which companies and academia and the government are present.
Another very important concept which must be addressed by our panelists, the concept of the triple helix. This is very relevant for companies and governments thinking about economic and social development. As a brief introduction, I will pass the floor now to our wonderful panelists. And for sure, with all of these provocations, they'll be able to make very relevant contributions. I'll start with our representative from the state government. What do you think of the current challenges and opportunities that we see in the blue economy? What do you believe is the state's perspective on that? Good afternoon. First, I'd like to talk about the CENEMAR Secretariat, our Secretariat for the Blue Economy. Just so you have an idea, it's the first in the country. Our governor, in the beginning of his second administration, by reviewing the blue economy figures, he realized that the added value is growing 10% more than non-blue economies. So he decided to create a secretariat to take care of that agenda. Due to the Rio de Janeiro natural vocations, our oil production comes from the sea. Our vessel capacity is quite large. So with all of that scenario, we see a huge potential for Rio to generate jobs, employment, and ventures. Adam Smith in the 18th century already said, the wealth of nations, that the countries that have the sea at their disposal have a huge economic advantage in trade amongst other nations. That is something we can see since the Phoenicians. The Greek, the Portuguese, they expanded their empire from the sea, and more recently, the United States and the UK, China. So those who have the sea at their disposal have an unequivocal economic advantage to develop. And the creator, I can say, was very good to Rio. So faced with all of that, our governor created a secretariat to generate income and jobs based on the ocean. More precisely, in terms of decarbonization, we have the CIMA Commission, which advocates for our interest in IMO. It represents our seafarer communities. There's an interministerial group that defends our interests at the federal level. So we have great concerns in terms of decarbonization. Our biggest commercial partners are very far away, China and Europe. Our cargo is basically commodities, so soy and ore. So they occupy a lot of space in the vessels. And they need to move across great distances. So therefore, the solutions that we are envisioning in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are economical or technical in nature. The economical ones will include taxes and tariffs, and the technical ones will be in terms of the greenhouse gases reduction in the engines and etc. So Brazil, due to its geographical location and type of cargo, is at a great disadvantage in that aspect. If we take a product that has a huge added value from Finland, for example, we have the Finnish console here, cargo of iPads. If we increase the freight due to the emitted gas, that has very little effect on the transported cargo. However, for soy or iron ore transportation across great distances, that would affect us quite heavily. So in addition to these aspects that the Navy is very attentive towards, we really need to pay a lot of attention to technological innovation. It's very easy to say, oh, I will sell you this solution in the form of a propelling plant that will adapt itself to a specific fuel. We don't have access to that sort of technological development. Axila is another example, a Finnish company that is currently leading the technological innovation for that type of adaptation. The negotiation of these tariffs need to account for those types of situations. So it is quite complex. Now going into public policy. The Navy has envisioned solutions through a national plan for energy transition specific for sea transportation. It seeks technological adaptation, operational adaptation as well. You can't just have vessels with proper technology and ports not so. So we have to adapt our ports, as well as our vessels and fuels. Is that image that Commander showed? The three main pillars for the energy transition. I have 2 more minutes, right? Yeah. Great. Luciana is also very experienced in that field. She's constantly thinking about recycling and decarbonization. So how do you envision the access to these billions or even trillions of dollars? Can Brazil absorb or access that funding in order to move towards the decarbonization of its economy, in sea transportation specifically? Once again, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. For sure, we need to look at the aspect of transition. Every scenario that's looking towards decarbonization is looking towards a transition. The access of resources for technology, the changes in public policy, so that we are not limited to specific themes is essential. The criterion that's being used is the cargo. And depending on the cargo volume, we can make various processes feasible. So the transition needs to take place in a way that does not penalize the industry so that the economy continues to stand, and so that we can do that in an accessible and smooth manner so the economy does not succumb during the transition. Yes, Luis is also very experienced in technology. Maybe you can contribute and provide some contributions. What do you see in terms of contributions that we can provide for the decarbonization process and in the blue economy as a whole? And whether we can actually access these funds and turn that into a reality in our country. Excellent. Thank you for the invitation as well. A great initiative by the cluster, by the way. We literally have a sea of opportunities in front of us. Brazil has 7,500 kilometers of coast. Our area for sea exploration is around 4.7 million square kilometers. For the Amazon is 4.5. That's why the Navy always uses these figures and that image of the blue Amazon. So in terms of decarbonization, we always think about the Amazon, because when you start thinking about the blue Amazon, you pretty much double your capacity of monetization, really. And I don't just mean monetizing in financial terms, but in terms of an opportunity to fight inequality, developing technology. So in terms of the blue economy, just like you mentioned, there's the exploration of Brazilian oil. It is not the lowest emission per barrel, but it's in the second quartile. You have the equatorial margin that's coming up now. The platform decommissioning that's taking place. We can not only use our offshore know-how in order to, conduct changes in the direction of decarbonization, and we can also act in terms of tourism. So the opportunities are many. But yeah, often people see decarbonization as an image, as something that pertains to imagination. How do you bring it to practice? In the naval sector, we can debate this further, but we only talk about decarbonization in the operation of vessels, not so much in terms of construction and maintenance. That is also part of the LCA, of the life cycle of vessels. But in operations, I see 3 ways for you to decrease the carbon footprint without affecting freight costs and providing opportunities to the industry. Technology on board, and we have great excellence centers here in Brazil that address that. We have the potential for it. Logistics. Here we can find uses for artificial intelligence for controlling fleets and etc. Propulsion, it's a wide array of things we can discuss. And thirdly, the fuel that we will use. And again, there will be no silver bullet. I don't believe that starting 2050 we will only use green hydrogen or second generation ethanol. I don't believe that. I think we will have a varied matrix. And of course, we've been seeing this discussion taking place in pretty much every country. Every country has its own fuel solution. But what we need to understand is the following. Who is sponsoring these solutions? What are the interests behind it? But yeah, I don't believe there will be a silver bullet, and I firmly believe that Brazil is very well positioned to be one of the leaders of the energy transition. Perfect. Coming back to our secretary, we know that the Secretariat and the state government has been working tirelessly towards decarbonizing. Rio de Janeiro is the first state in Brazil to have a blue economy law, the first secretariat even. So what are some of the initiatives of the Secretariat that have been working in that sense? What has the government been doing in terms of public policy to promote the blue economy and decarbonization as a whole? I know there are many actions going on. Sarah Jordan's bill, and Luciana can comment on that. Thank you for the question. I think the biggest instrument that we have, and you even mentioned it in your presentation, is our State Commissioner for the Development of the Sea Economy, SEDEMAR. SEDEMAR has 12 work groups currently. Its role is promoting public policy. I will mention a few of them. The naval industry, which divided into sustainable development, which looks towards the future opportunities for decommissioning plants and vessels. And the other is sustainable decommissioning. So the other one is fishing, oil and gas, new energies. One of them is focused on sea consortiums, who join our 27 coast municipalities. There are 2 on the sea and 25 on the sea and 2 for lagoons. And together, I'm sure that they will face these challenges more efficiently. We recently created an offshore mining work group. There's even no legislation at the national level in terms of that. There's a triple helix, which is the academy, the government, and entrepreneurs. All of them on the same table for discussions. And we try to promote public policy to try to tackle these bottlenecks in generating jobs and food, etc. Sylvia, are you here? Sylvia coordinates the tourism and sea culture work group. We promoted its insertion in the school system of oceanic culture. I believe this is one of the biggest obstacles for the development of the sea economy. Many Brazilians believe that the ocean is just the beach. We walk on the boardwalks and we see the statues facing away from the ocean. Much of our population is in the same direction. So we are promoting the insertion of a school subject called Oceanic Culture with practical classes in physical education for sailing, for example. We have a proposal for a vessel. The Studios do Mar Foundation already has a prototype. It has 6 places. Today's sailing is taught in a one-man vessel. In this new one, we're going to have 6 positions, a teacher plus 5 students in the same vessel in order to learn rowing and sailing. Let's try to make this sport more popular and bringing it into the public schooling network. This is just a few examples of the initiatives promoted by SEDEMAR. Excellent. So Luciana, you're very experienced in recycling and decommissioning, and it has a lot to do with the public policies that Felipe mentioned, as well as with the supply chain for sea transportation. The end of that chain is exactly the decommissioning and recycling. Maybe you could comment. Yeah, you're right. Brazil has been decommissioning for a long time, and at the end of its life cycle, the industry needs to be well decommissioned. And these materials and infrastructure, be them topside or underwater, need to be disposed of correctly. And that moves resources, it creates jobs. Even for natural resources, the decarbonization of processes, when we reinsert feedstock back into the productive chain, the economy is also present there. At the moment of decommissioning, it generates employment, even regionally, really. When we foster our logistical base, bringing in qualification, because decommissioning is a new market, is a new scenario for Brazil. Through it, new professions have come up and will continue to come up. So decommissioning is a huge opportunity and tool for the blue economy. Exactly. Moving the blue economy, right? And I would ask Luis to expand a little bit upon that. I know you have a lot of startups that are working on that. Maybe you can mention a few of these new technologies that are being employed, be it in the naval industry or in the commissioning itself. Things that could expand our economy and make the blue economy even bluer. Yeah, right on the back of what she just said. There's an ongoing discussion. So in terms of fuels, what is the fuel that has the lowest carbon footprint? Then you go into the discussion of why considering only the burning of the fuel and not the entire life cycle of the fuel from its generation to its disposal. This is affected, for example, by second generation ethanol, the good versus few discussion. So you don't use ethanol for food and you use it as fuel, and you use the second generation one, which is the recycled ethanol. I will make it clear. So when you consider the fuel as a whole, this is what Brazil is defending. Our fuel solution is negative carbon because it generates carbon when you're operating the vessel. But when you generate sugarcane, you're capturing carbon. When you do the general balance of the life cycle, you have carbon negative figures. And I say, why don't we bring this same concept into vessels? Consider the construction and the dismantling of vessels.
Something we did now that was pretty cool with Petrobras and Transpetro was to develop a software, and it was accelerated by Microsoft using artificial intelligence to calculate carbon footprint. And we were lucky that Microsoft invested in OpenAI when this AI revolution, Gen AI revolution started. So our developers can talk to the OpenAI developers. And so there's a ship that is like a tanker that is simulated it being constructed in Brazil, in China, and South Korea. So the first impression we had that China would be light years ahead, but it wasn't that. China is pretty close to Brazil because they electrified their shipyards. I visited a shipyard in China in the beginning of the year. All the employees there arrive in the place in electric bicycles, but their scope 3 emissions is lower, but our steel is much greener than the Chinese steel. In the Korea case, they use a lot of coal. Our energy mix is, if not the cleanest one in the world, is one of the most cleaner. And when you put that in the shipyard, the carbon footprint, at least that what we saw in the simulation, the carbon footprint to build a ship in Brazil is much lower. And that also works in the Navy constructions in Itajaí. And this will work in Transpetro projects here as well. And that relates to what you said. What are the opportunities that we have? They're here. maybe the challenge is, as the secretary said, and the triple Alex, you have FINEP, the academia, helping people to have their ventures in the market, and also the regulatory frameworks, um, mitigating most we can the lack of legal certainty. You work a lot with chip dismantling. Yeah, and the legislation has passed, but the rules of the game, we're in the period of vacatio legis, and the company decides going through a direction, they pick up some speed, and then the government says, oh no, that's not the way we want to go. And then you have to break and then go to another direction. Let me just to add something about the decommissioning. For example, something we can develop. We're talking about large structure that are demobilized, either topside vessels, Christmas tree subsea, flexible vessels. They're big structures, so they demand an industrial recycling, and we only have that in Central Texas. So look at the multimodal to go to the support to the state of São Paulo. Some companies, and my consultancy company has been seeked to do the reverse logistic in the port area. See how much we are going to save, how much emission is going to be saved, how much the market can expand, and how the amount of infrastructure that can be built in the bases, generate income and jobs, attract new technology to your country. In the same way we attract the fabrication of lines, and the main brands are in a country, can attract the industry of industrial recycling so that it can come to Brazil, because we know there's a forecast for several decommissioning processes over the next 10 years. So there is legal certainty. Resolution 817 says that, because decommissioning has to be provided in the time of decommissioning, so this resource is ensured. We have legal certainty behind that so that industry can grow and we can see the blue economy grow. Perfect, excellent intervention. So we are about to wrap up our panel, and I'll ask our panelists to deliver their final considerations. Thank you notes. Yeah, I'd like to, before saying thank you, I'd like to highlight a point about decarbonization. The merchant vessel has a lifespan of 20 to 30 years. That is, Transpetro now has a portfolio of 25 ships that are going to be built. That it's important to signal that what is the plant, the fuel plant that we are going to adopt in these new ships. So it's a very important public policy that we need to foster with the federal government. And SEDEMAR is being a path for that. We are meeting several requests asking Transpetro what is going to be the plan: ammonia, hydrogen, methanol, ethanol, it's a biofuel. So we have to signal the entrepreneurs what is the propulsor plant, their equipment that use the bunker and connect it with the fuel, but there are not many fuels. Petrobras is selling and testing B24 that uses 24% of ethanol, which is a biofuel, with the bunker. So they're palliative solutions. But when it comes to naval industry policy, a long-term policy about 20 to 30 years, you have to signal to these entrepreneurs what are the plans that they'll have to use. And in addition to that, I would like to say thank you and congratulate SEAS, Inea, the organization of the event. the cluster, the organization of the panel, the invitation, and say that Cinema is available. Cinema is a state commission that's open. We need you. We need the academia. We need entrepreneurs, the government, so that we together can create these policies with a larger foundation, more opinions to make less mistakes. Thank you. Congratulations, perfect, Cinema says. Now I'll pass the word to Luciana. I really believe that this decommissioning is going to stimulate the regulation of reverse logistics in the oil and gas industry. It's an actual demand. And with reverse logistics, other industries have seen that, and there's actual generation of job and income. This economy is going to be motivated and generates legal certainty. We create for the manufacturer, the industry that is engaged in that segment, an obligation to perform that logistics. So decommissioning exists, it's regulated. We have to advance to regulate reverse logistics in this industry and to foster industrial recycling, to foster the reverse logistics to happen in logistical bases in the port area so that we can foster and stimulate local economy. That's it. Thank you. Tomorrow, executive management at my company, we work with planning in waste management and recycling. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Luciana. Now I pass the floor to Luis for his final considerations and to wrap up our panel. Okay, very quickly. For me, it's very clear, and I speak as a citizen. If you do not write your own agenda, people write the agenda for you. Brazil has to say what he wants for him. And I see in this issue, we are going through energy and climate crisis. We have to decide what is the role in this discussion. Are we going to be the lead actors or are we going to be followers? Carbon credits, as we said before, we have a huge amount of that. It's a commodity. And it's defined in a sales counter, the way you have ore, we have soy, we have oil. Do you want to produce commodities for your whole life? Well, for me, and that's why I really like participating in the cluster, for me, what generates job and revenue is industry, is to foster companies. And for us, even though we're the 10th biggest economy in the world, we were in the less equal countries, the highest levels of inequality in the country, in the world, rather. And we have to use crisis as an opportunity, as the climate crisis, an opportunity to decarbonize in the maritime sector in which we are inserted. Again, there are three opportunities for Brazil to lead: offshore equipment, because we're very big on this. The cluster company has autonomous vessels. We are leaders on that. Technology. We have another company at the cluster that uses AI. It's my company. And fuels. And again, we can be protagonists, as we said, the biofuels in which we are leaders, but that doesn't mean we cannot export green hydrogen to Europe. We can have both solutions here in Brazil, but for that we will have to have infrastructure, network, investments, the triple helix. So thinking about my children, God willing, I'll have grandchildren, and thinking about here, we have to think about our legacy. This is a unique opportunity. And just to wrap up, there's an indigenous tribe in which the chief not only thinks about himself, he thinks about 7 generations ahead. That's what we have to think about, 7 generations ahead. Thank you again. Perfect. Thank you. So, wrapping up our panel, I'd like to thank you all for your presence. Have a nice Friday. Thank you, Saj, the State Secretariat, Felipe, and have a nice weekend, you all. Thank you again. Thank you for the conduction. Thank you, André Sohachevsky. Thank you, Undersecretary Marcelo. Thank you, Luciana Figueiras, Luiz de Matos. Thank you all for your participation in this panel.
Inovação corporativa da economia azul. Em 10 minutos, a gente retorna com o próximo painel das startups.
We'll be back in 10 minutes with the next panel, Startups and the Blue Economy. In 10 minutes, we'll be back. Two years ago, what was the first open innovation program for Latin America in Blue Economy, a multi-partner program in which the State Secretariat funded and led. Beta I managed and idealized, but it's a state government program. And this program is very interesting because it aims at a public-private partnership between the state government and several companies that contribute to a blue economy. So since from the start, we wanted to look at the verticals that we could bring to this program and look and the challenges Rio de Janeiro faces in this area. So for the first program, we are bringing energy, water, sanitation, sustainability, navigation, logistic and ports. And to each of these verticals, we invited companies to participate. And why is that? Because it's very important to have not only one organization thinking blue economy, but several organizations. And so we wanted to create an innovation ecosystem and startup ecosystem to address the challenges of these industries. So we brought in Energy Vibra Energia, Galp. In ports and logistics, we brought Porto do Açu, Porto Sudeste, Wilsons and Sons, who's here with us today. In water and sanitation, brought Águas do Rio. We have Pedro here today. And SEDAI, and also Ocean Pact that works a lot with navigation. And SEA, sure, that brought challenges for the state, sustainability challenges that they see on a daily basis and need to address. So the program, in addition to mapping challenges, went to the whole around the world, look for entrepreneurs, innovators that could bring mature solutions to the challenges that these companies in the state of Rio de Janeiro brought to us. And these challenges, this is an important point, had to bring impact for the state. It wasn't not enough to address challenges that the companies had in their business, but also have an impact in the state of Rio de Janeiro. This panel brings a small sample of this program. We have Ana here with us, the person who has led with her team the project, the view of the project. André from Wilson & Sons, one of the participating companies that works in innovation a lot. We're going to talk about that. Pedro from Águas do Rio, and we also brought 2 startups that were elected among 300 startups from 49 different countries. They were chosen to develop pilots with some of the companies, also to share here their experience. So without further ado, I'd like to start with Ana and ask what is this view of the state of Rio de Janeiro, blue economy, and how can Blue Rio in its first edition can contribute to this view. Thank you, Renata. I'd like to tell a little bit about how this story started. We were together at the Oceans Conference in Lisbon, and Portugal has been developing for a few years this innovation ecosystem regarding the oceans and the waters. And we went there to try to understand how we're connected to that and how can we realize innovation as a path for sustainable development. So when we talk about innovation, we're talking about innovation to potentialize, to buy some time to develop, but always looking at sustainability. So that's what I think Blue Rio is. Blue Rio brought us this possibility to launch a program at the state government that could bring all the sustainability vision. And that was a huge challenge for us. And the environment secretariat, nobody had ever worked with sustainability. So can you imagine what it is to convince our legal to apply the Innovation Act and not the 8666, that's the one we're used to in Brazil. So that was an internal challenge to start with, to say, well, the environment area can invest in innovation, the Environment Secretariat can work with innovation. We have a huge foundation that is FAPERJ, in which innovation flows with no problems. But in the environment area, it was a challenge for us. And you were amazing because you were so patient with the Environment Secretariat. You taught us a lot about this path. How could we achieve the point of having an innovation program in a secretariat that traditionally didn't used to have that expertise? And that is related to want to break barriers and innovate and create other ways of public management. So I think Blue Rio, by principle, is a public management innovation program. And when we were together and we could see the innovation ecosystem in Portugal, we noticed the size of the challenge we had to bring this here. So Rio in 2021 moved strategically towards the concession of sanitation utilities, and this concession generates a new reality and the possibility for us to have this ecosystem around us, and this ecosystem that is sanitized and ready to be used in their several ways by society, by companies, by industry, by all the stakeholders, academia, making science and technology. So we realized that we were about to live over the next 10 years, but we are very late.
So a way to do that is to read about it.
Nosso programa e o nosso grande projeto ambiental da concessão do saneamento é um projeto de sustentabilidade para o Estado. Então, como é que a gente ganha tempo e a gente sai na frente, porque daqui a 10 anos a gente tem que alcançar o saneamento básico na região metropolitana, a universalização. A gente está falando de alcançar 90% de saneamento básico numa metrópole que hoje tem 45%, 46%, o Pedro me corrige. Né? Então, para a gente alcançar todo esse processo, a gente precisa, por outros caminhos e outros lados, desenvolver um ecossistema empreendedor baseado em inovação e baseado em sustentabilidade. E a gente viu no trabalho que a Betaí desenvolvia, não só em Portugal, mas enfim, em outras partes do mundo, uma possibilidade de adaptar isso para a nossa realidade no Rio de Janeiro e ganhar, então, quem sabe, esse salto de qualidade, ganhar esse tempo que a gente perdeu para trazer todas essas iniciativas que estão aí no mundo inteiro, né? Então, uma das coisas que nos interessou muito nesse projeto, e vocês são um reflexo disso, é o fato das inovações que estarem vindo para o Rio de Janeiro serem testadas e realizadas junto com as empresas, que são inovações que já foram testadas e aconteceram em outros locais. Então, não é um programa de aceleração de startup, é um programa realmente de implementação de solução no território, né, baseado na experiência que essas startups comprovaram ter em outros lugares, seja no Rio, no Brasil, em outros lugares do mundo. E para nossa surpresa, quando a Betaí lançou o edital internacional, que alcançou 14 mil redes no mundo inteiro e universidades, a gente teve 289 startups respondendo à chamada do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Eu nunca imaginei isso, eu achei que ia ter umas 10, né? Vieram 289. O que a gente faz com 289 startups? FINEP, me ajuda. O que eu faço com 289 startups? Dessas 289 startups, tem 2 aqui na mesa, né? Começou-se um processo em que a gente foi, aos pouquinhos, fazendo esses encontros entre as empresas parceiras do projeto, que é uma parceria, né, um projeto de parceria público-privada, e essas startups, até que a gente chegou, depois, né, de todo esse passo a passo que a Betaí desenvolveu com a gente, a metodologia deles, depois que a gente chegou lá no fim, a gente chegou com 19 startups prontas para implantar as soluções aqui na nossa costa do estado do Rio de Janeiro, né? Eu me lembro que conheci Pedro quando o Pedro estava na SEDAI, não foi, Pedro? A gente estava vivendo naquela época, Renata, a crise da geosmina no estado do Rio de Janeiro, não foi isso? E o que tirou a gente da crise da geosmina foi inovação. Foi graças ao pensamento inovador dos técnicos do Sebrae, olha aí, gente, voltei para o Sebrae, já fui do Sebrae. Graças aos nossos técnicos da SEDAI, junto com o Comitê de Bacia, né, e esse trabalho em conjunto dos parceiros, que é isso que a gente está falando, né, de inovação compartilhada, de inovação aberta, dessa troca entre os parceiros, entre as startups. Foi esse trabalho conjunto que permitiu a gente até desenvolver soluções que nem eram tão caras, mas que resolveram, né? Então, hoje a gente tem um estado livre de geosmina e a inovação foi um grande caminho para isso. E eu fiquei muito feliz depois, quando eu encontrei o Pedro de novo na Águas do Rio, que eu falei, é ele de novo, vamos embora. Sob pressão, ele sabe trabalhar com certeza, agora ele está na pressão da concessionária. Mas o que é muito bom para a gente, né, gente? Porque a gente só inova se existe o problema, se existe o desafio para ser vencido e se a gente tem essa capacidade de buscar as soluções. Então, agradeço a Betaí por essa confiança, né, de estar aqui com a gente, ter viajado, saído lá da terrinha, ter chegado aqui para trabalhar com a gente no Rio. A gente financia esse projeto através do recurso do nosso Fundo de Meio Ambiente. A gente não poderia financiar o trabalho nas instituições privadas, então a gestão toda do programa feita pela Betaí é financiada pelo governo do estado, mas são as entidades privadas que efetivamente contratam as startups que chegaram na última fase do processo para fazer as suas provas de conceito e seus projetos pilotos, né? Então, elas agora que vão seguir esse caminho, né? E eu queria, não sei se eu posso dizer anunciar, porque o secretário anunciou no primeiro dia, Mas contar a todos que a gente vai estar realizando agora o Blue Rio 2. Estamos praticamente assinando o documento para iniciar o nosso Blue Rio 2. Com a UFRJ, com a COP UFRJ, a gente vai implantar um hub de economia azul aqui no Parque Tecnológico, um hub físico, para conectar com todos os laboratórios, né, da COP, da UFRJ. Então, a gente quer muito dar esse salto de qualidade, fornecer todo esse conhecimento da universidade também para esse hub, para a gente poder exatamente ganhar e acelerar, né, ganhar força e acelerar esse crescimento sustentável que a gente precisa aqui no estado do Rio de Janeiro. Então, a gente agora aí no próximo ano vai estar dentro dessa segunda fase do Blue Rio, startando a construção desse hub. A gente vai fazer uma parceria muito bonita também com a Unesco, dentro desse programa, que vai ser um desdobramento desse trabalho com a Betaí também. E vamos iniciar agora novas verticais dentro do programa, né? A primeira fase do programa, a gente trabalhou com a vertical de navegação, de portos, sustentabilidade, energia e navegação, já falei, tá? E saneamento, água e saneamento. Agora a gente vai incluir mais 3 verticais, que é turismo, bioeconomia e educação ambiental, né? Então o programa vai crescer, vai aumentar. A gente espera que vocês continuem conosco, todos vocês, e que a gente dê aí cada vez mais saltos de qualidade e realmente solidifique o Blue Rio também em conjunto com a universidade. Vale a pena falar também, para terminar, a gente tem desde o início do programa uma parceria com a UERJ. A UERJ, através do programa, pôde financiar um laboratório de pesquisa oceanográfica que fica com sede na UERJ, com equipamento hoje de primeira linha. Então, as empresas também que fazem parte do programa, quiserem conhecer o laboratório da UERJ, com todos os equipamentos disponíveis de pesquisa, e claro, né, todos os bolsistas da universidade, fiquem à vontade também. O professor Marcos Bastos faz parte do programa e é também mais aí um ativo para a gente utilizar em prol da inovação no Estado. Gente, muito obrigada e retorno aqui para a nossa ramalhosa.
Muito bem. Obrigada, Ana. E eu aproveito também para agradecer ali à Moema e ao Alex, que têm feito um trabalho incrível, nomeadamente a quebrar barreiras nos processos, e, portanto, obrigada de coração aí para vocês. Bem, como a Ana também já disse, nós tínhamos várias empresas no programa e convidámos aqui 2 dessas empresas para partilhar hoje um pouco dessa jornada. Ia começar aqui pelo André, da Wilson & Sons. Obviamente que a Wilson & Sons já tem uma grande jornada de inovação, não é? Ou seja, o Blue Rio foi mais um programa, mas eu acho que seria muito interessante exatamente você partilhar um pouco dessa vossa maturidade de inovação e como é que o Blue Rio veio complementar e agregar valor ao vosso trabalho.
Obrigado, Renata. Boa tarde. Eu sou o André, sou da Wilson Sons, trabalho com o time de inovação da companhia. Bom, a primeira parte da pergunta, né, o que nós estamos fazendo em inovação, é uma jornada que começou há 186 anos atrás, que é a idade que a companhia tem. Então, era o Império Português ainda, viu, Renata? E desde lá, uma companhia que sobrevive tanto tempo só pode fazer isso inovando, né? E se transformando e se reinventando. Agora, uma estratégia de inovação, um departamento de inovação a gente tem há cerca de 5 anos e vem trabalhando em algumas frentes, explorando coisas novas para o futuro da companhia. Então, nossa ideia geral com base em tecnologias que não estão dentro de casa, né? Isso que é inovação aberta, a gente gerar eficiência, sustentabilidade, segurança nos nossos negócios, os negócios que a gente já possui e já opera, e também explorar outras vias de negócio para a companhia para os próximos 180 anos da companhia. Obviamente, nenhum setor hoje vai ser igual ao que ele é hoje e a velocidade das transformações são cada vez maiores, né? No nosso setor, por exemplo, que é de navegação e portuário, você tem há séculos coisas sendo feitas do mesmo jeito, desde as caravelas, por exemplo, mas essas coisas estão sendo, no tempo presente, transformadas, né? Então, o impacto de disrupções, etc., é muito grande. Hoje a gente trabalha em 3 frentes de inovação. A primeira frente é o programa de inovação aberta. A gente tem cerca de 20 a 25 projetos em paralelo nos novos negócios da companhia, aplicando soluções que são externas, né, nos nossos negócios, contratando startups, fazendo parcerias com startups, design partnerships, venture clienting, venture building, todo o toolkit de inovação que faz sentido para a gente usar. E temos alcançado aí todo ano um VPL de alguns milhões e também redução de emissões e melhoria de segurança na companhia. Essa é uma frente. A segunda frente é a frente de CVC, que é Corporate Venture, né? A gente tem alguns investimentos em startups que a empresa coloca dinheiro, investe dinheiro em ações de startups para trabalhar mais em conjunto, mais próximo com elas e também fomentar, né, alavancar essas startups com base nos nossos ativos, nos nossos dados, no nosso conhecimento. E a terceira frente é a frente de relação com ecossistemas. Então, nós fundamos junto com o Cubo Itaú um hub de inovação voltado para o setor marítimo portuário, junto com o Porto Açu, Hidrovias do Brasil, e juntamente com 24 startups que estão conosco nesse hub, e alcançando hoje já a América Latina e em conexão com os principais hubs desse setor ao redor do mundo, países como Singapura, Israel, UK, Canadá e Estados Unidos. Então, nós temos conexões ativas com todos esses locais para também ver o que tem lá fora, trazer para cá e também ajudar as nossas startups, as nossas soluções a se conectar com esses países, a internacionalizar essas soluções. Então, é isso que a gente faz hoje, basicamente, em inovação. Sobre o programa Blue Rio, foi mais um programa, não é só mais um programa, né, que aconteceu. Por quê? A diferença dele para nós é vamos dizer, esse forçar de nós trabalharmos ESG, né, economia azul. Então, a Wilson Sons depende totalmente do mar e de alguns rios, algumas lagoas também, para operar. Então, mais do que justo, nós pensamos ativamente, temos uma área de sustentabilidade pensando só nisso. Então, isso foi muito importante, a gente procurar soluções ativamente que trabalham economia azul e que tenham um impacto ou de redução de impacto ou de impacto positivo nos mares, rios, lagoas que a gente opera e nas comunidades também no entorno, na parte social. Então, isso foi muito importante. Um segundo ponto que foi muito positivo foi colaborar com empresas que a gente ainda não tinha uma relação mais próxima, como o Galp, como o Ocean Pact, embora esteja aqui, foi muito importante para aproximarmos, como o Porto Sudeste, que estava aqui agora no painel anterior, empresas que a gente tem algum contato, mas nunca tínhamos discutido, aberto os nossos desafios, como a gente fez por conta do programa. Então, isso é muito importante. A Wilson Sons acredita totalmente que inovação não se faz sozinho, nem empresas muito grandes, nem a Petrobras, nem a Vale, nos setores em que estão, por maiores que sejam, não conseguem inovar sozinhos, não estão na fronteira da inovação sozinhos, a gente também acredita nisso. Então, colaborar com competidores, com empresas complementares é importante e nós temos procurado fazer isso. O programa ajudou nisso. E um terceiro ponto do programa é conhecer soluções que a gente não conhecia, por conta desse scouting, essas 200 e tantas startups que apareceram. Por mais que a gente faça lá o nosso scouting, a gente tenha mais de 500 startups hoje mapeadas, veio coisas que a gente não sabia, que a gente não conhecia. A Carbonair, por exemplo, é um exemplo. Então, foi muito interessante e a gente afunilou com 2 delas, com cases. Então, foi mais ou menos assim. Aproveitar para agradecer, né, a Betaí e a Acesse por ter viabilizado isso acontecer.
Obrigada, André. Pedro, Águas do Rio, com um mega desafio que tem nós ouvimos sempre o Alexandre Bianchini, não é? O vosso presidente, sempre com um discurso muito emocionado e visionário sobre o grande desafio que vocês têm, nomeadamente a despoluição da Baía de Guanabara, e também, enfim, neste desafio que é levar água com qualidade a todos os habitantes do Estado. Como é que este programa entrou na vossa dinâmica e como é que ele vos ajuda neste vosso desafio.
Oi, boa tarde. Em primeiro lugar, agradeço aqui em nome da Águas do Rio a nossa participação, né, ter a oportunidade de participar aqui desse evento tão rico, né. Agradeço também e parabenizo a iniciativa do governo do estado, né, da CEAS, por ter construído esse programa. Foi maravilhoso, né, para nós da Água do Rio ter participado disso. Foi muito proveitoso mesmo. Depois a gente vai falar aí na sequência sobre as aplicações que tivemos, né. Então foi realmente está tendo frutos, né, muito bonitos. E Águas do Rio, né, falar um pouquinho aqui da Águas do Rio, não sei se todos nos conhecem, né, mas Águas do Rio ela é uma concessionária do grupo Aegea, que hoje está presente no Brasil em mais de 500 municípios, né, em 505 municípios já operando, e agora tivemos mais dois leilões aí, né, no Paraná e no Piauí, né, então vamos passar aí de 700 municípios, em 15 estados, né, atendendo a mais de 31 milhões de pessoas. E aqui no Rio de Janeiro, Águas do Rio começou a operação em novembro de 2021, né, com a concessão da SEDAI. Como a Ana disse, eu estava na SEDAI, eu embarquei nesse projeto, né, acreditei no projeto e tem sido muito bonito mesmo participar disso, né. Então, aqui no Rio de Janeiro, nós atendemos a 27 municípios, né, aproximadamente 10 milhões de pessoas, para as quais fornecemos água e o sistema de esgotamento sanitário, né. Então, nos 35 anos de concessão, nós vamos investir aí 40 bilhões, né, de reais, né, e nesses primeiros anos a gente tira 92 milhões de litros de esgoto da Baía de Guanabara por dia, né, com as melhorias já realizadas, e já levamos também água potável encanada de qualidade para 600 mil pessoas que não recebiam essa água de maneira adequada, né. Então, esse é um grande desafio, né, levar o saneamento para todo o estado, né, para dentro dos municípios da nossa concessão. E o resultado final disso, né, é aumento da qualidade de vida das pessoas, a melhoria da qualidade ambiental, né, dos nossos rios, mares, lagoas, né, a Lagoa Rodrigo de Freitas, que é um cartão postal aqui do Rio de Janeiro, né, levar o saneamento para a bacia hidrográfica do Guandu, né, que abastece, responsável por fornecer água para 9 milhões de pessoas, né. Vivemos lá esse problema da geosmina, e o saneamento vai resolver, de fato, essa questão, né. E, no fim das contas, o resultado final disso é geração de valor, né, melhoria na qualidade de vida das pessoas, incentivo ao turismo, aumento do turismo pela qualidade de água melhor, né, na Baía de Guanabara. A gente conseguiu agora a trazer aí a balneabilidade para Paquetá, enfim, para a Praia do Flamengo, mas tem muito mais ainda pela frente, né? E nós, como a Wilson Santos, nós dependemos diretamente do recurso natural, água, né? Nós precisamos da água para tratar e distribuir para as pessoas com qualidade, e também os mares, né, e rios também são o destino final dos nossos efluentes tratados, né, do esgoto tratado. Então, a gente depende diretamente. E, por outro lado, a Blue Rio, né, traz a inovação, né, e o desenvolvimento socioambiental, né, um programa que busca isso, foi trazido pelo governo do estado, né. Então, assim, deu um match interessante, né. Acho que nossos objetivos são convergentes e complementares. Então, o programa ele trouxe de uma maneira muito sistematizada, né, acho que essa é a grande virtude do programa, né, com uma metodologia muito interessante, inteligente, né, que nós selecionamos, né, em 2 desafios principais, de eficiência energética e eficiência operacional, e tivemos aí mais de 20 startups selecionadas para cada desafio, né. Deu um trabalho, não foi tão grande quanto das CEAs, não, Ana, mas deu um trabalhinho para a gente selecionar. Estamos aqui com uma delas, que é a Aquapower, aqui representada pelo Franco, né. Então, acho que essa sistematização da metodologia, né, muito bem definida, ela ajudou demais na hora de selecionar as startups, e também de acompanhar o projeto, né? A gente tem inovação na EGEA, tem inovação na Águas do Rio, sem dúvida, ela acontece no dia a dia, né? O nosso desafio é grande, a gente vem do asfalto na comunidade, da capital, do litoral até o interior do estado, lá na divisa com o Espírito Santo, em São Francisco de Itabapoana. Então, a gente não pode depender só das soluções clássicas, né, do saneamento, da área comercial, da área estratégica. A gente tem que inovar para conseguir, de fato, atingir as nossas metas, né? Então, a inovação é importante e a gente já faz no nosso dia a dia, né? Mas essa maneira sistematizada do programa que foi muito interessante e está trazendo bons frutos aí para nós.
Obrigada, Pedro. Obrigada, Pedro. Sim, nós costumamos ter uma frase na BTI que é confia no processo.
Gente, eu ouvi isso em toda a reunião. Confia no processo. E meu coração que batia forte? Confia no processo.
Este é o nosso mantra, exatamente porque, embora a inovação ela nos permita arriscar, ser criativos, as metodologias têm que realmente obedecer a determinado processo se nós queremos que essa inovação funcione. E se nós queremos realmente que uma grande empresa consiga trabalhar com uma pequenina, que é uma startup, não é? E temos aqui o Franco, que teve vários pilotos, não é? Com várias empresas, e eu gostava de entender e que partilhasses aqui, para já, como é que é isto de trabalhar com grandes empresas, não é? Que muitas vezes, sendo vocês ainda uma pequena empresa, como é que é esta relação? E depois, como é que o Blue Rio vos ajudou, efetivamente, a concretizar alguns dos pilotos que vocês fizeram?
Oi, boa tarde. Eu sou o Franco. Primeiro apresento a Aquapower porque temos aqui empresas muito grandes, a Wilson Son, Águas do Rio, todo mundo conhece, a Aquapower ainda não é famosa. Ainda não. Nós somos uma startup incubada na COPI, da UFRJ, e o que a gente faz é instalar pequenas turbinas hidrelétricas nas tubulações de água de cidades ou plantas industriais para aproveitar a água que está sendo entregue para algum processo, por exemplo, no Águas do Rio, para abastecer de água uma população, também para gerar energia elétrica. Então, essa energia, geração distribuída, que se chama, similar a painéis solares fotovoltaicos, só que com o custo de energia de quilowatt-hora menor ainda do que painéis solares fotovoltaicos. Então, pela natureza dessa indústria, nossos clientes são empresas de grande porte, empresas de saneamento, principalmente porque tem um volume de água muito grande e redes complexas que nos permitem trabalhar, digamos, em pontos com excedentes de pressão e transformar um excedente de pressão da rede hidráulica em energia elétrica. Obviamente, são processos de venda muito longos, que tem bastante burocracia envolvida, por motivos óbvios de compliance das grandes empresas, e faz parte, não? Faz parte da luta, digamos, de uma pequena startup. Mas uma grande vantagem, acho, do programa Blue Rio foi que facilitou isso, em certa forma, acelerou um pouco os processos, os tempos de contratação, porque entendendo que eram soluções diferenciadas, que aportavam tecnologia, que aportavam soluções de sustentabilidade. Então, acho que esse foi um dos grandes diferenciais. Por outro lado, estávamos conversando antes, tivemos a oportunidade de apresentar a nossa tecnologia para várias empresas de grande porte de maneira simultânea. Então, novamente, isso acelera os processos e é uma oportunidade enorme. Então, obviamente, agradecer à Secretaria do Estado, à BTI pela oportunidade e, obviamente, a Águas do Rio, que confiou em nós para executar um piloto. Depois posso contar um pouquinho do nosso piloto. Mas, em geral, a experiência foi muito boa. E falo também em nome das outras startups com que temos contato, que foi um projeto muito inovador, pioneiro, diria, digamos, ao menos na América Latina, e foi uma experiência muito, muito boa. Esperamos poder participar também do projeto do ano que vem.
Espero que sim. Obrigada. A Bianca é também fundadora de uma startup, a Carbon Air, também é da UFRJ, não é? Sim. e também esteve envolvida em vários pilotos no Blue Rio. Como é que foi esta experiência? Eu sei que, Bianca, você está envolvida em vários projetos, não é? Principalmente aqui no Rio, mas também fora no resto do Brasil. Como é que foi este programa para aquilo que é o crescimento da tua startup? E nós há pouco falávamos muito em carbono azul e como o carbono tem que claramente ser uma commodity muito em breve, como é que tu viste que o Blue Rio te ajudou aí nessa jornada?
Oi, gente, boa tarde. Primeiramente, agradecendo aqui a Renata, a Ana, pela participação aqui nesse painel. O programa Blue Rio para a Carboné, ele foi muito importante, né? Não só pelos desenvolvimentos, pelas conversas, mas pela troca mesmo, né? Porque quando você comentou inovação e sustentabilidade, né? São mais do que escolhas, né? Hoje em dia é uma necessidade, né? A gente está aqui nesse evento, estava olhando aqui na Rio, é hora de agir, 2030, né? O Rio 2030. E quando eu falo da Carboné, né? A Carboné Energy, assim como o Franco comentou, né? É uma startup que já tem alguns anos aí de estudo, né? De desenvolvimento. A gente nasceu ali dentro da UFRJ, né? De projetos de pesquisa, né? De mestrados e doutorados realizados no laboratório que eu trabalho. E a ideia era levar, né, o nosso trabalho, a nossa pesquisa fora, né, extramuros, né, tirar ali não só da universidade e levar o que a gente vinha desenvolvendo. O que a gente desenvolve? O que a Carboné Energy faz? A gente desenvolve materiais para fazer captura de carbono, né? São materiais que são oriundos de resíduo, né? Então é um descarte que nós utilizamos, né? E após ali alguns anos, né, de estudo, a gente identificou essa potencialidade do material, né? Então fomos ali seguindo, né, os anos de estudo, com a finalização da tese de doutorado do meu sócio, né, do Adolfo, a gente enxergou essa potencialidade. Só que como uma startup nasce, né, a gente está ali principalmente dentro da universidade, né, eu sou pesquisadora, esse pulo, né, a gente sair da universidade e encontrar alguma empresa, encontrar alguém que acredite no que você está fazendo, é um desafio, né, é um caminho que não é tão fácil. E aí, chegando no Blue Rio, né, nós fomos selecionados, né, como a Renata falou, no meio de tantas outras startups no Brasil e fora do Brasil também. Então, o primeiro ponto foi a gente já acredita, obviamente, no que a gente faz, mas esse fortalecimento, né, de entender ali diversas tecnologias, né, quando a gente esteve presente lá foi no prédio até lá da Águas do Rio, né, com várias startups, e entender que fomos escolhidos, né, e a colaboração, né, com as outras empresas e com as outras startups, né, conhecendo aqui o Franco, há um ano já, né, que a gente já se conhece aí desde Blue Rio, então a gente se encontra em diversos eventos, a gente se apoia, e isso também nasceu no Blue Rio, né, com esse fortalecimento entre as startups, que isso é muito importante. E do Blue Rio também, né, as conversas, as colaborações com as empresas, a gente veio conquistando também pós-evento, né? Teve empresa que durante ali os 2 dias, né, de atividade, a gente não teve aquele match e que, né, posteriormente, né, a própria Sons, a gente desenvolveu depois, a Vibra, e a gente vem até hoje conquistando esse espaço, como eu falei, né, que não é fácil, mas entender que a solução que a gente desenvolveu no laboratório, né, que o material que eu tenho para capturar carbono, ele é tão importante como a gente já vinha fazendo, mas o que aquela empresa especificamente deseja, né? Porque a minha solução ela pode ser ajustada, ela pode ser adaptada. Então, essa troca foi muito importante, né? A gente já participou de algumas acelerações aqui no Rio, e o que eu tenho de destaque para o programa Blue Rio é essa interação com as empresas, essa possibilidade de co-criar, né? Não é só o que a Carboné está apresentando, é a necessidade da empresa, né? Olha, a gente tem esse desafio, vocês conseguem atender? E o que a gente vem construindo agora é todo mundo junto, né? São várias mãos desenvolvendo um projeto, né? Trabalho de descarbonização, né? Acho que ontem teve, né, painéis falando sobre isso, hoje, mais cedo aqui também. Não são tecnologias tão fáceis, tá? mas a gente fala numa transição, né? Numa transição energética. Então, o que a Carboné está desenvolvendo hoje não vai ser para 2025, né? Está ali prontamente atendendo a várias e dezenas e centenas de empresas pelo mundo. Mas isso precisa ser desenvolvido, né? E a gente precisa de investimento, né? A gente está ali dentro da universidade com recursos, né, de FAPERJ, né? Destaco aqui que a FAPERJ ajuda muito, né, Fran, com a gente, para que a gente possa desenvolver, né, trabalhar com esse tipo de tecnologia. Requer muito investimento. E a gente teve e vem tendo esse apoio, né, de construir um projeto que seja realmente necessário ali e útil para a empresa, né, para as empresas, porque a gente está agora numa conversa ali com 3, né, dentro do programa. Então, eu acho que foi a grande maior possibilidade que a gente teve foi esse contato com as empresas. Olha, o que você tem de demanda? Eu preciso reduzir aqui a quantidade de carbono que a minha instalação está emitindo de X toneladas. A Carboneira atende? Então, a gente está desenhando, estruturando esse projeto para, né, atender ali aos objetivos.
Sim, obrigada, Bianca. E o que é interessante, e também reforçando, é que muitos destes desafios, eles realmente têm um impacto no Estado, porque se nós conseguirmos reduzir a pegada carbónica de uma empresa, ela reduz a do Estado, não é? Se nós conseguirmos tratar e produzir energia a partir da água, também contribui para esses objetivos. E, Ana, eu gostava de saber um pouco que desafios foram esses, e que são esses do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, que o Blue Rio, enfim, resolveu no primeiro e vai continuar a tentar resolver na segunda edição. Os desafios grandes do Estado do Rio de Janeiro em economia azul.
Foi interessante porque a gente reuniu nossas equipes da Acesse e do Inea, né? E da própria UERJ também. E a gente fez lá uma série de reuniões e workshops entre a gente para chegar nos principais desafios, né? E claro que a gestão ambiental carece muito de tecnologia. A gente tem muita demanda de tecnologia. Uma das grandes demandas que a gente tem é a manutenção dos nossos mananciais de água, né? O Estado do Rio de Janeiro, hoje, ele tem uma cobertura de 30% florestal, a gente ainda tem 30% de Mata Atlântica, né? Mas a gente tem aí uma necessidade de restaurar até 2050, a gente se comprometeu com isso na COP, 10%, ou seja, chegar a 40%, são 441 mil hectares. E o nosso maior desafio de restauração hoje bom, vou começar pela questão da propriedade da terra, né? Então, esse foi um dos desafios que a gente trouxe para o Blue Rio. Como a gente trabalha essa questão da restauração, desse desafio, trazendo tecnologia para viabilizar que a gente garanta a manutenção das nossas nascentes de água e dos nossos mananciais, né? E aí foi muito interessante, porque surgiu aí uma série de alternativas de tecnologias para isso. A gente hoje ainda é muito manual na forma como a gente trata o CAR, né, que é o nosso instrumento onde a gente define as fronteiras, né, dessas propriedades. E a gente tem todo o desafio daquilo que é unidade de conservação, mas não é terreno do Estado, é terreno privado, né? E como é que a gente organiza todo esse processo. Então, uma das soluções foi exatamente de tecnologia para a gente acelerar esse processo. A gente tem na secretaria, na verdade, no Inea, né, um pouco, acho que se eu posso dizer que a gente tem 5 técnicos que vão para o território, a gente fez uma conta, levaria 440 e poucos anos só para esses técnicos fazerem a verificação do CAR, que é informado, né, pelos proprietários de terra, para a gente poder depois ter a informação da área de restauração. Então, a gente levaria mais de 400 anos para fazer isso, só se fosse só com trabalho humano, e a gente precisava de tecnologia para ganhar esse tempo. Então, foi exatamente, veio uma empresa que tinha uma solução para essa área, que é uma das empresas, e hoje ela está conversando, negociando com a área técnica do Inea, a diretoria que trabalha com as unidades de conservação, para ajustar a tecnologia, isso que estava sendo dito, né? A gente precisa ajustar para a nossa demanda específica, para ajustar a tecnologia que existe, que eles já utilizam, para como é que isso vai se adaptar para a gente, para que a gente não leve 400 anos, para que a gente leve 4 anos. Né? Porque aí, quando você insere a tecnologia no processo, a gente tem uma outra lógica. Então, esse, por exemplo, é um modelo, né, que a gente trabalhou. Tem um outro que é a produção, que a gente chama de, eu nem posso chamar assim, mas é a árvore líquida, né, que é uma árvore que, na verdade, a gente chama de árvore líquida porque é feita com microalgas, né, que vai, então, produzir para a gente o oxigênio, e a gente pode usar muito isso também na parte de educação ambiental, mas que tem diversas funções, né? Então, foi também uma solução que a gente encontrou muito interessante. E assim a gente foi indo, a gente tem diversas soluções aí que a gente está trabalhando. O Alex, que está ali, levanta aí, Alex. O Alex é o nosso... Não precisa levantar, né? Porque você sentado sou eu em pé, basicamente é isso. Mas o Alex, ele vem acompanhando as 4 startups, são 4, né, Alex? Que a gente vem trabalhando aí, o grande desafio da gente aí essa parte é importante falar, né? A gente, enquanto governo do Estado, contratar via lei de inovação versus a lei tradicional de licitações do Estado. Então, a gente gasta muito do nosso tempo, na verdade, com a parte administrativa e jurídica, mas eu tenho certeza que Dr. Carlos, quando ele chegar desse contratinho final para a gente assinar com as startups, vai ser para a gente um salto de qualidade muito grande, porque a gente vai ter criado uma jurisprudência nesse processo, e aí no Blue Rio 2 a gente vai ter um caminho muito mais simplificado. Porque um dos desafios, gente, parece que é simples, mas não é. É um edital internacional onde a gente tem poder público e iniciativa privada no mesmo edital. Então, para o poder público, tinham exigências legais que a gente precisava seguir, que a iniciativa privada não precisa. Então, a gente teve que fazer um edital misto, né? Que tinha a nossa demanda e que tinha a demanda da iniciativa privada. E a SEDAI, ela também fica ali no meio do caminho, né? Ela segue também a legislação que a gente precisa seguir. Então, foi um edital muito interessante, para a gente foi já uma grande inovação só ter feito esse edital. E agora, para nosso próximo desafio, né, Moema, Alex, Helena, enfim, Constantino, nosso próximo desafio agora é conseguir um match no modelo de contrato com as startups. Mas a gente está seguindo esse desafio. A gente tem outras startups. Alex, você quer falar de mais alguma delas? A de monitoramento de desastres naturais. Tem uma que é de monitoramento de imagens de satélite, que é para a área costeira e pesca, não é isso? Para a gente poder acompanhar o cardume, os peixes, como é que está a gestão costeira, né? Que vai nos ajudar para fazer o zoneamento ecológico e econômico, o plano de gestão costeira do Estado. Tá vendo? Tá tudo na cabeça de Alex, gente. Tá bom, é isso. Obrigada.
Não, é muito bom. Gente, é assim, não é fácil ter governos a inovar. E, portanto, nós não encontramos isso em muitas partes do mundo. E, portanto, ter realmente um governo, como o Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, internalizar inovações com startups é um grande desafio para a equipa, precisa de muita resiliência, de muita determinação, e claramente você e a sua equipa tiveram isso, não é? Então, parabéns, ou seja, não, resiliência, claramente. Mas, André, eu gostava que você falasse um pouco de quais foram os desafios que vocês trouxeram para este programa. E eu sei que estão a fazer algo ali com a Carbonair, não sei se podes falar um pouco desse piloto, o que é que está-se a passar, ou se queres trazer outro exemplo. Mas, no fundo, o que é que isto se materializou para vocês, não é?
Bom, primeiro comentar esse ponto da Ana sobre contratação do setor público. A gente fez um assessment recente das principais fricções que acontecem no setor portuário, fora das nossas empresas. E, obviamente, depende de setor público, etc. No ambiente portuário, o principal problema é esse, a contratação de empresas pequenas, startups, tecnologias novas. Então, é muito interessante o que vocês estão fazendo, criar essa jurisprudência, vocês vão ser pioneiros em se tratando de governo de estado para fazer essas contratações diretas, né? E acho que vai abrir um caminho enorme, né? Muito proveitoso. Mas só um parênteses, né? Sobre o que a gente fez no programa, então a gente avaliou diversas startups, né? Mas acho que mais de uma dezena, e o que a gente afunilou dentro dos desafios que a gente colocou, né? Então, a gente tem desafios de reduzir emissões nas operações, né? Então, embarcações, né? É de longe o que mais emite, e nós temos 2 frotas, mas também operações portuárias, ainda se usa diesel, embora esteja no processo de eletrificar. Então, também existem emissões, existem impactos que ainda acontecem. Então, os desafios são de reduzir, principalmente de reduzir esses impactos. 2 soluções, não é, que a gente vem trabalhando, uma com a Zero Esgoto, outra com a Carbonair. Como a Bianca comentou, a Carbonair, ela não veio exatamente pelo programa, a gente conheceu no programa, e é uma das belezas da inovação, que nem sempre você tem o timing certo de fazer aquilo naquela hora, mas você vai expandir a sua rede. Então, a hora que vem um desafio que a gente não tinha mapeado no programa, a gente já conhecia a Carbonair por conta do programa, e estamos conversando. Acho que a Bianca pode falar muito melhor do que eu depois, mas é a gente tentar usar operação colaborando, né, Porto Açu, outros portos com o Wilson Sanz, para ver onde que a gente pode capturar carbono e, de repente, usar essa captura, né, esse material para a geração de combustível que a gente mesmo possa usar. Obviamente, isso não é uma solução pronta, né? Pelo contrário, né? É um TRL mais baixo, mas que é muito interessante a gente começar a explorar, e que também é algo diferente para a gente, né? A Wilson Sanz, como é um operador logístico, no fim do dia, a gente trabalha com mais soluções maduras, ou seja, que você pode aplicar no dia zero ou daqui a alguns meses. Dificilmente a gente vai lá para o P&D, vamos dizer assim, que é um caso mais como o da Carbonair, mas nós estamos arriscando e estamos conversando com a Carbonair e modelando isso junto também com outros parceiros, para ir com um projeto que é um pouco mais diferente para nós. Então, esse é um dos projetos. Outro, que é Zero Esgoto, e eu acho que o Pedro também pode falar muito melhor do que eu, mas é uma solução que tem uma tecnologia também muito nova e sendo testada, de tratamento in loco, né, de água e esgoto, etc. E a gente tem alguns locais que não tem rede e que a gente precisa operar. Então, isso, se funcionar, nós estamos começando o teste, vai ser bem interessante, de lugares que você tem que dar um jeito de mandar o resíduo, isso é caro, mandar por caminhão, ou ter outras soluções locais que, de repente, não são as ideais. E também a gente está avaliando o conceito para as próprias embarcações que geram resíduo, as pessoas que estão ali, e, de repente, a tecnologia deles pode funcionar. É mais difícil, né? Talvez um segundo, um terceiro teste, mas que, de repente, se funcionar, o mercado seriam todas as embarcações do mundo. Estamos falando de milhares de embarcações, né? Então, é algo bem de fronteira, e é bem interessante a gente estar conversando também com eles. Então, essas 2 coisas que a gente está conversando ou já fazendo.
Fantástico. E Pedro, como é que pilotos foram esses aí nas águas do Rio? Eu sei que vocês foram também uma das empresas bem entusiastas e com vários pilotos. Um deles com a Aquapower, que acho que era interessante você mencionar, e outros que você acha relevantes.
Ok. Nós selecionamos duas startups, a Aquapower, que está aqui, com o Franco, e a Zero Esgoto também, né? Para objetivos diferentes, né? Então, a Aquapower, ela traz uma proposta de geração de energia a partir do fluxo da água. Então, nós levamos para uma captação nossa no interior do estado, né, em Cachoeira de Macacu, numa ETA. Né? Então, nós aproveitamos o fluxo da água bruta captada para poder gerar a energia elétrica que atende ali, em parte, a unidade. Então, para nós, isso é importante. É uma unidade que fica numa área muito remota, né? Então, a geração de energia acontece lá no próprio local, e isso é escalável aí em diferentes maneiras de pensar dentro do saneamento, né? Gerar energia a partir das válvulas de redução de pressão na linha na rede de distribuição, né? Que foi até a proposta inicial do Franco. E aí, como você disse, né, a dor da empresa que está apresentando ali o desafio, ela vai moldando também a solução, né, Franco? Aí a gente acabou mudando um pouco o projeto e saiu ali de uma válvula de redução de pressão e foi lá para a captação de água, né? E o outro projeto, aí eu não sei, o Franco pode falar um pouquinho depois da solução também? Então depois eu passo para ele falar também. Isso, acho que ele vai ser bacana ele descrever também o projeto, né, Franco? E da Zero Esgoto, né, nós levamos uma estação de tratamento de esgoto compacta, né, e modular para atender a cerca de 30 famílias no alto da comunidade de Tavares Bastos, que fica no Catete, ali na região centro-sul, né, do Rio de Janeiro. Uma área que não havia rede de esgoto, né, uma comunidade bem íngreme, né, de difícil acesso, então difícil entrada de equipamentos, né, difícil a instalação de uma rede de esgoto mais complexa, né, para que esse esgoto seja levado para as estações já existentes, né. Então, o esgoto produzido por aquelas pessoas, ele acabava escorrendo ali, bruto, né, sem tratamento, pela encosta. Então, a Águas do Rio construiu a rede, né, coletora do esgoto, que leva a ET compacta, proposta pela Zero Esgoto, né? E aí a grande inovação dessa tecnologia é que ela não gera lodo, né? E não consome energia elétrica. Então, está em fase de teste, está indo bem, né? Mas imagina, o lodo ele é inerente ao processo de tratamento de esgoto, né? A maioria das tecnologias de tratamento de esgoto ela acaba gerando o lodo como um subproduto que precisa ser tratado, destinado adequadamente, né? E como é que a gente vai fazer isso no alto da comunidade, sem acesso, né? Com a dificuldade de entrada de caminhões, etc., né? Então, parece uma experiência muito promissora, escalável aqui para outras comunidades do Rio de Janeiro, para que a gente possa levar o saneamento para todos, de fato, né? Que é a nossa meta, né? Atendendo as pessoas menos desfavorecidas também, né? Nas comunidades. E está sendo, assim, os resultados estão sendo muito bons, tanto com a Zero Esgoto quanto com a Aquapower. Eu peço licença, então, para passar aqui para o Franco falar um pouquinho, pode ser?
A Ana estava só perguntando como é que vocês resolvem a questão do lodo.
Não, ela é uma estação de tratamento anaeróbio que ela não gera lodo. Então, é um tratamento biológico, né? Mas os micro-organismos eles ficam aderidos a uma estrutura interna do tanque de bambu, né? Então, eles estando aderidos, o esgoto passa por essa estrutura, né, como se fosse um filtro biológico, né? E esses micro-organismos vão degradando o esgoto, né, até que ele atravessa todo o tanque e sai do outro lado tratado, né, atendendo aos padrões de lançamento. São micro-organismos, isso, é um processo biológico.
Franco, se você agora pudesse dar a parte ainda mais técnica aí da coisa.
Perfeito, acho que o Pedro explicou muito bem. Seguramente perceberam pelo sotaque, eu sou argentino, moro aqui há 12 anos e não conheciam Cachoeiras de Macacu. Fomos lá instalar uma turbina em um lugar lindo, quem não conhece, recomendo, no meio da serra, aqui a 2 horas do Rio de Janeiro. E lá, Águas do Rio tem, heredado da SEDAI, uma estação de tratamento de água. Com uma barragem, então a gente, e uma estação de tratamento primário, digamos, filtração e demais. Então aproveitamos a tubulação que estava saindo da barragem até essa estação de tratamento e geramos energia elétrica. Obviamente, um dos pontos é reduzir a pegada de carbono, então estamos usando energia hidráulica que não gera emissões, mas além da diminuição das emissões, um ponto interessante é que ajuda na eficiência operacional da planta. Ao você conseguir entregar energia elétrica, permite também aumentar, por exemplo, telemetria, sensoriamento, e isso, sem dúvida, tem um impacto grande posteriormente nas operações. Eles já tinham lá algo de energia com estações, com painéis solares fotovoltaicos, só que uma área com muito mato, uma área que só chega de 4x4, com muita sombra, então as árvores, digamos, é certamente ilimitada a possibilidade de instalar painéis, e a nossa solução entrou como uma solução um pouco mais econômica, e também, de alguma maneira, de economia circular, não? Aproveitando já a água que de qualquer maneira tinha que sair de uma barragem até uma estação e gerar energia a partir do diferencial de pressão. Para nós foi uma experiência muito, muito boa, não só porque tive a oportunidade de conhecer Cachoeiras de Macacu, que é um lugar lindo, mas também pela interação com as águas do rio, não? Foi um processo, como mencionava antes, muito ágil. Tivemos um scouting, acho que primeiro com a BTI, depois acho que uma entrevista com águas do rio e depois foi um workshop onde nos juntamos as startups com as grandes corporações a definir como poderia chegar a ser o piloto. Agilmente, digamos, no nosso caso foi conversado e a quatro mãos, digamos, pensado onde que poderíamos chegar a instalar a turbina, e Pedro veio com a ideia de Cachoeiras de Macacu e, logicamente, depois foi um processo de contratação e executar efetivamente o projeto alguns meses depois. Mas, como mencionava, a experiência como um todo foi muito boa e também o fato de poder trabalhar para uma empresa como Águas do Rio, que é referência no saneamento no Brasil, é um cartão de apresentação também para expandir e continuar escalando a nossa tecnologia.
Ótimo. E Bianca, você também teve com vários pilotos, não é? E este também que o André acabou de falar. Como é que... Acho que era interessante falar dos dois, não é? Porque, nomeadamente, um tem uma componente mais de PID, que nós não olhámos tanto no Blue Rio, mas que eu acho que é igualmente importante, não é? Porque quando nós olhamos o Brasil com este potencial de soluções baseadas na natureza, claramente aquilo que vocês também desenvolvem pode ter essa vertente também bem global. Então, fala-me um bocadinho dos pilotos que vocês desenvolveram, que desafios foram esses que vocês encontraram e o que é que vocês estão fazendo hoje?
Bom, quando a gente foi para o programa, né, até para o Demo Day, como o Franco falou, a gente chegou e teve muito aquela atividade de mão na massa, né? A gente sentou com as empresas e a primeira empresa foi a Porto do Açul, que, na verdade, a gente teve até a atividade inversa, né? O que vocês têm para oferecer? Como é que vocês podem nos ajudar a reduzir o carbono? Então, a gente foi montando, né, em cima dos documentos. E aí, a nossa solução, ela captura carbono do ar, só que a gente está falando de uma quantidade muito grande, né? Se a gente for... Dados do ano passado, de 2023, foram mais de 40 bilhões de toneladas de CO2, né, liberadas para a atmosfera. Então, vou armazenar esse carbono, o que eu vou fazer com ele? Né, a gente pode trabalhar ele com a venda, né, com os créditos, mas a nossa ideia não é só capturar o carbono, é dar algum destino. Então, a gente separa, né, o gás, né, o CO2, e dentro da nossa atividade da Carbonéria, a gente fazia produção de carbonato de cálcio, que no primeiro momento atendia ali ao Porto do Açul, só que não atendia ao Wilson Sons, não atendia a Hidrovias Brasil, e outras empresas também, como a Vibra, né, que a gente também está ali com o piloto. E aí a gente levantou a possibilidade, olha, a gente consegue fazer o SAF, né, que é também muito já conhecido, né, combustível sustentável de aviação, só que o nosso TRL é mais baixo, né? A gente está num nível menor, mas a gente pode construir. Vamos fazer, né? Vamos juntar aqui essa nossa ideia, né? O que a gente já tem feito, e seguir realmente para uma necessidade que o Porto tem. Então, uma necessidade era dentro das embarcações, né? De acordo com a nossa logística, não seria possível nesse primeiro momento. Então, o que a gente podia fazer hoje? A gente pode instalar a nossa solução no porto, né, num espaço ali que tem uma fonte de emissão de CO2, e ali, nessa fonte, a gente faz a captura, separa esse CO2 e parte para a produção dos combustíveis sustentáveis, né, os combustíveis sintéticos, que aí tem uma utilidade. A gente pode produzir, por exemplo, o metanol, né? O metanol já vem sendo utilizado em embarcações, né? Já tem estudos, já tem vários desenvolvimentos, né, de mudança de motor, né? Porque abre uma solução, né, uma ideia, e outras novas vão surgindo, né? Outras necessidades vão sendo salientadas. Então, o que eu destaco é isso. A gente tem a possibilidade de fazer, aí desce um pouquinho o nível de TRL, né, o que não inviabilizou, né, o que não vem inviabilizando as conversas, e a gente consegue atender a uma demanda, né, uma quantidade de CO2 muito mais alta, né, são toneladas, né, emitidas por dia. É uma fonte muito extensiva ali de emissão. Então, a gente vem desenvolvendo, né, não é uma tecnologia simples, né, como eu falei, né, a quantidade de CO2 liberada é alta, mas acho que a gente conseguiu conquistar ali as empresas, né, para que dê esse primeiro passo, né? Então, paralelamente, a gente vem conversando com essas empresas em outras possibilidades, né? Porque não só os combustíveis, mas a produção do carbonato de cálcio, ela atende a outros setores, né? Então, dentro do porto, tanto o Porto do Açu quanto o Porto Sudeste, tem as mineradoras ali, né? Todo um escoamento, que tem possibilidade também. Então, essa inserção ali, né? Uma empresa foi chamando várias outras, né? E mostrando o potencial da Carboné em atender, né? Então, acho que o Blue Rio veio para catalisar, eu acho que o nosso potencial de inovação, né? Fazendo essa propaganda, né? Para a sociedade. E até aproveitando aqui, destaco também, acho que a gente já conversou isso muito, né, Franco? O diferencial que teve a Betaí nesse processo, né? Desde do encontro lá, né? Tem um ano, né? Foi outubro do ano passado. O encontro foi muito diferente daquilo que a gente estava acostumado a fazer, né? Como eu disse, a gente tinha as empresas ali, várias, né? Quando a gente está aqui no Rio de Janeiro, especificamente, a gente tem uma empresa em busca daquela solução e as startups vão ali moldando um programa de aceleração. Nesse programa, não. A gente teve esse conjunto de empresas e a conversa não parou ali, né? A gente está aqui um ano depois falando dos pilotos e dos futuros pilotos que vão surgir a partir desse pontapé aí que vocês deram com o Blue Rio, né? Com o apoio aí da Betaí.
Nossa, que bom saber isso. Vamos ter um Blue Rio 2, não é? Está quase, só falta ali uma coisinha para assinar. Só falta a caneta para assinar. O que é que nós podemos esperar deste Blue Rio 2 e o que é que nós podemos melhorar, não é? Porque a inovação também é isso, não é? Sairmos de uma base e otimizá-la para ainda ser mais impactante para o Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Qual é que são aí as suas expectativas, Ana?
Gente, eu acho que assim, o Estado ele precisa ser um facilitador desse processo, né? Porque a transformação ela se dá na relação entre os empreendedores, no território, nos municípios, nos locais onde realmente a inovação precisa ser aplicada. Então, o Estado do Rio de Janeiro está buscando soluções que ajudem o Estado a mudar de nível, a realmente levar o desenvolvimento sustentável do Estado para um nível maior, né, de crescimento, sempre pensando que a gente precisa ganhar o tempo ou diminuir esse tempo que a gente tem entre essa transição que precisa ser feita. E a gente acredita que a inovação é o caminho para a gente poder fazer essa transição mais rápido, né? Então, o grande objetivo do Estado, como um patrocinador desse processo, é que a gente possa fazer desse processo todo de transformação que o Estado está vivendo através dos seus recursos hídricos, um caminho realmente para o desenvolvimento de negócios sustentáveis, empregos mais verdes, geração de renda nessa área, que a economia azul realmente alcance todo aquele potencial que está estudado no documento que a gente lançou ontem com a OCDE, né, que é o grande potencial que o Estado tem de dar esse grande salto. Só o fato da gente estar ganhando nos próximos 10 anos, até 2033, uma nova realidade da nossa qualidade ambiental, né, uma Bahia onde os municípios que estão de costas vão passar a ter uma outra relação com a Baía de Guanabara e com a nossa costa, né, o nosso sistema lagunar de Jacarepaguá. Só o processo de você sanear e você limpar o meio ambiente, isso já, de forma muito natural, vai gerar novos negócios, né? O transporte aquaviário vai ter um novo processo para viver, o turismo, os esportes aquáticos, toda a parte de navegação. Então, quer dizer, a gente vai ganhar uma qualidade ambiental muito grande, mas a gente precisa dar velocidade, acelerar esse processo. E o Estado realmente espera que a parceria público-privada permita que isso aconteça, né? O Estado ele precisa facilitar que a iniciativa privada tenha acesso a essas tecnologias, tenha acesso ao que existe de melhor, né? Então, nós somos facilitadores. A gente também pode consumir tecnologia, a gente também pode e deve consumir inovação. Mas, em especial, assim, o que a gente espera é que realmente o Estado do Rio de Janeiro se concretize como um hub de inovação em economia azul, já que a gente entende que a economia azul é um grande motor para o desenvolvimento sustentável do Estado. A gente está falando de 636 quilômetros de costa, a terceira maior costa do Estado, 80% da nossa população e do nosso PIB está na região costeira. Então, realmente, a economia do mar, a economia azul, ela é muito importante para o desenvolvimento da nossa sociedade, da nossa população, mais de 400 mil empregos só na economia do mar, né? Então, isso para a gente é realmente trabalhar o futuro de forma responsável, caminhando junto com todo esse processo e esse investimento aí, que vai chegar em quantos bilhões aí nos próximos 30 anos, Pedro? 40 bi, só no saneamento na Águas do Rio. Então, é um investimento muito grande que a gente vai ter, BNDES, Fundo de Singapura, tem recurso vindo de muitas partes para viabilizar esse grande processo da concessão do saneamento. É um programa de 35 anos, então a gente tem um investimento garantido nessa área e a gente precisa agora trabalhar, então, nessa economia azul que a gente quer que floresça. E a inovação, certamente, é o que vai acelerar esse processo para a gente.
Obrigada, Ana. André, você já anda nestas leads há muito tempo. O que é que falta para, efetivamente, o Brasil, e neste caso estamos a falar do Rio de Janeiro, mas do Brasil ser realmente uma referência a nível de ecossistema na economia azul? Ou seja, o que nós sentimos é que existem startups muito boas, mas não ainda o suficiente para a quantidade de desafios que existem nesta área. E quando nós falamos de economia azul, na verdade, o espectro de atividades económicas que encaixam dentro da economia azul são imensas, não é? Portanto, temos aqui Águas do Rio, temos Wilson & Sons dos portos, temos o turismo, temos a bioeconomia, temos a navegação, ou seja, é imensa. Portanto, um dos desafios deste programa foi também tentarmos ter aqui uma coerência daquilo que podia ser um denominador comum entre todos, que claramente foi a sustentabilidade. Mas, André, eu gostava de saber um pouco como é que você vê a evolução do ecossistema e como é que você vê, e espero que participes no Blue Rio 2, o Blue Rio como uma forma de estimular esse ecossistema também.
Eu vejo 2 pontos, pelo menos, nisso, se tratando de produção tecnológica e startups para a economia azul. O primeiro é a densidade de startups, melhorou muito, obviamente, nos últimos anos, mas ainda é baixa em comparação com economias que são mais avançadas, falando mais de portuário, marítimo, né? Então, a nossa densidade ainda é baixa, ou seja, o número de startups ainda é baixo. Então, a gente precisa fomentar o surgimento de novas startups, que é basicamente tirar os empreendedores das universidades e das próprias empresas, não é? Para gerar tecnologia, gerar soluções. A gente tem conversado muito sobre isso. Tivemos um congresso agora em São Paulo, que era multissetorial, mas falando muito sobre como gerar novos empreendedores em diversas áreas. Eu acho que na nossa é a mesma, né? Então, nós temos universidades como a UFRJ, como a UERJ, produzindo também nessa área de engenharia naval, oceano, etc. Mas temos poucos empreendedores, né? Gente que quer ir para o mercado privado e que tem apetite de risco, etc. Nós temos um nível baixo, na minha opinião, e que poderia aumentar, de ligação entre formandos de business e formandos técnicos, formandos de tecnologia. Então, quando a gente olha uma startup, vocês sabem isso melhor do que a gente procura 3 coisas, basicamente. A gente procura um cara de tecnologia, que é um CTO, a gente procura um cara do setor, que tem muita experiência com aquilo, sabe trafegar naquele setor e sabe daquilo, né, entende daquilo. E um terceiro, que é o cara de business, né, e finanças, e modelo de negócio, e comercial. A gente vê... precisa juntar o cara que está saindo do MBA com o cara que está saindo da escola de tecnologia, com o cara que está saindo da naval, da oceano, para, de repente, montar uma empresa, né? Isso faria muita diferença. E, obviamente, recursos para fomentar isso, etc, etc. Mas eu acho que esse é um grande grupo de coisas, mais empreendedorismo nessa área. E é uma área difícil, né? Você não resolve quase nada só com software, você precisa de hardware, os timings são muito diferentes, você precisa de uma pessoa como a Bianca para estudar isso muito tempo e trabalhar com TRLs baixos até maturar, enfim, não é fácil. Outro grupo de coisas que a gente discute muito é que o setor de economia azul ele é um setor altamente regulado, como de fato precisa ser, né? Não dá para você ter uma desregulamentação total em algo que pode começar a impactar mares, rios, oceanos, etc. Mas, quando você depende disso, você bate num teto, né? Então, a Wilson Santos, por exemplo, ou a própria Águas do Rio, vai inovar no seu métier, ela vai bater num teto onde ela depende de autorizações, onde ela depende, por exemplo, do porto público, para viabilizar algo que eu estou querendo fazer, mas que eu dependo dele. Então, esse nível de inovação, que depende de uma supraestrutura, autarquias, outras empresas colaborando, então, aí a gente acha também que tem um bom caminho. Então, por exemplo, de novo, o governo contratando startup direto é algo que pode abrir um caminho bem interessante. O governo tendo fast tracks com as suas autarquias, quem realmente opera, que está no setor público, para gerar pilotos, sandboxes, para a gente testar coisas, né? Então, nós temos aqui no Rio, por exemplo, um super cais e que a gente sabe que tem espaço para testar, de repente, alguma coisa na Baía de Guanabara. Então, nessa camada, né, estou falando da camada do empreendedorismo, do chão onde as coisas surgem, mas estou falando também daqueles que têm que autorizar ou que podem atuar numa supraestrutura, vamos dizer assim, que as empresas privadas não atuam. Aí eu também acho que a gente pode incentivar e pode destravar muita coisa.
Isso é interessante que você falou. Quando a gente fez lá a missão para conhecer o sistema de inovação de Portugal, eles trabalhavam exatamente com a questão das sandboxes e você tinha realmente, as startups tinham, e as empresas em conjunto, né, tinham a possibilidade, tinham a segurança de que elas iam poder testar e como elas iam e onde elas iam. E a gente, como órgão ambiental, também licenciador, a gente pode ter um papel importante na construção dessa estrutura de sandbox no Estado, né? A gente precisa ganhar robustez, conhecimento para poder viabilizar isso. Mais uma jurisprudência que a gente precisa criar. Mas eu vou dar um exemplo. A gente hoje de manhã assinou com o Senai, né, lá da Firjan, uma autorização para implementar a ecobarreira flutuante com um painel solar ali na Praia de São Francisco. Então, a gente vai estar agora testando e foi preciso um acordo de cooperação e uma autorização para que pudesse acontecer. Então, isso aí já pode ser aí um início desse caminho para a gente poder, com os municípios até, trabalhar na criação de espaços de teste de inovação.
Não, Pedro, eu ouvi muitos elogios ao Blue Rio 1 e obrigada, mas onde é que nós podemos melhorar? Eu acho que o André trouxe aqui algumas ideias, mas a nível nomeadamente daquilo que é a vossa área, não é? Onde é que nós podemos ir mais além e onde é que nós podemos trazer ainda mais impacto com este programa para o Estado do Rio de Janeiro e em particular para as águas do Rio? Que também estou a assumir que vocês vão fazer parte do Blue Rio 2.
Certamente o Blue Rio 2 será o dobro de sucesso que foi o Blue Rio 1, no mínimo, né? Olha, em termos de metodologia, como nós colocamos aqui, acho que foi unanimidade, né? A metodologia aplicada foi, acho que não temos muito o que melhorar ali, né? Talvez uma dificuldade que nós tivemos na hora da decisão, né? Foi comparar empresas e tecnologias e soluções para áreas totalmente diferentes. Então, ficamos em dúvidas, em alguns momentos lá, dúvidas gigantescas lá, eu e Vitor Barreto, né, conversando com a nossa diretoria também, né? Poxa, eu vou na startup para tratar o esgoto, ou eu vou na startup que tem um software de monitoramento de perda de água, né, por exemplo, que também é super importante para nós, né? envolve não só a parte econômica, financeira da empresa, mas a sustentabilidade, a despressurização aí dos recursos hídricos, né? Quanto menos a gente perde de água, menos a gente pressiona também os recursos hídricos, né? Então, essa foi uma dificuldade que nós tivemos, né? Foi um problema muito bom, né? De ter que optar, mas isso gerou para a gente ali muita essa questão. Não sei se a gente conseguiria talvez abrir mais leques, né? Nos foi proposto ali para apresentar 2 desafios, 2 dores, né? Talvez abrir para mais uma, pelo menos, né? Para facilitar a nossa vida ali na hora de escolher. Mas eu acho que isso pode ser sim um caminho, né? E não sei se é a temática, né, do programa, eu acredito que não, né? Mas talvez, inclusive, transformar o Blue Hill talvez como um hub de busca por startups, né? Talvez isso as empresas acabam sentindo falta também, né? Onde é que eu vou encontrar uma startup de determinada área? Né? Às vezes fica difícil para a gente procurar, então, de repente, a gente ter essa figura de um hub ali de inovação, né? Em que a gente possa apresentar, não só durante o programa, mas talvez em algum outro momento, né? A gente poder ter esse mecanismo, um Google aí de mas é isso. Blue GPT.
Não, agora, Franco, eu acho que este ponto do ecossistema de startups é importante. Eu gostava também de vos ouvir, a ti e à Bianca, na perspectiva de startups, de vocês, não é? Como é que vocês veem este ecossistema que pretende resolver muitos dos desafios que as corporates, que os governos têm, não é? Ou seja, o que é necessário termos como incentivo, como, enfim, programas que permitam o crescimento deste ecossistema de startups, em que vocês obviamente já estão inseridos, mas precisamos de mais, não é? O que é que você vê como empreendedor, como algo que é necessário?
Sí, acho que é um assunto muito estudado no mundo inteiro, não? Como tentar trazer mais soluções da academia para o mercado. Já o André falou bastante sobre isso. Gostei muito que simplificou, não? Você precisa de um CTO, alguém de negócios e alguém de indústria. Isso para formar uma startup acho que é uma dica muito boa. Mas, em geral, acho que o ecossistema está crescendo muito. Existem alguns hubs que apoiam e essa parte acho que está bastante coberta. A parte que é mais complexa para startups que envolvem tecnologias de hardware e de TRL um pouco mais demorado é a inserção no mercado. Então, exatamente os programas no Blue Rio que trazem opções de POC são extremadamente valiosos. Talvez algum programa similar de um TRL um pouquinho anterior, onde sejam soluções a serem desenvolvidas conjuntamente em TRL 3, por exemplo, e uma solução que demore mais em ser feita, poderia ajudar bastante, porque seria um incentivo também a tecnologias que estão hoje em ambiente de academia saírem e tentarem achar oportunidades de mercado. E obviamente, quanto maior forem esses programas ou essas oportunidades ou esse fomento, seja de Estado ou de empresas, facilita e faz crescer o ecossistema de maneira multiplicadora. Então, acho que isso seria muito bom.
E você, Bianca, o que é que nos dizes a este nosso ecossistema? O que é que nós precisamos ainda mais para o estimular? E o que é que você vê que podemos melhorar com o Blue Rio 2?
Bom, reforça aqui, né, a fala de todos com relação ao programa. Uma possibilidade, falando, né, pela Carboné, durante ali os encontros, a gente poderia aumentar um pouquinho o tempo de troca com as empresas, né, porque eu senti que algumas empresas a gente não conseguiu conversar, explorar mais as possibilidades. Então, eu entendo toda a logística, né, a dificuldade que tantas empresas e startups juntas, mas uma possibilidade seria aumentar esse tempo de conhecimento, né, de apresentações entre as startups e as empresas, uma possibilidade. Reforço também a fala do André com relação ao perfil empreendedor, né? Isso eu sei que é difícil para o programa auxiliar, mas a possibilidade, acho que, se eu não me engano, o Parque Tecnológico da UFRJ vai estar nesse apoio, né, nessa próxima etapa, porque nas universidades em geral, não falo só pela UFRJ, o aluno, né, ele se forma, ele não sabe muito bem, né, se ele quer empreender, se ele quer ir para a iniciativa privada, se ele quer fazer concurso público, ele fica um pouco perdido, e esse profissional é um profissional muito completo, né, muito necessário. E essa formação lá atrás, mas eu falo assim, antes do Rio, né, de dar esse reforço para os empreendedores, né? Acho que reduzir um pouco também o nível de TRL também seria importante. Acho que outras soluções entrariam também no edital e aumentariam também as chances de troca entre essas empresas e startups. Acho que, a meu ver, esses pontos são os mais importantes, assim, fortalecer e ter um pós também, né? Acho que isso a gente veio construindo, né? O pós-Blue Rio, né? São esses eventos que a gente participa, são essas conexões, são colaborações, porque a gente vai sendo conhecido, a gente vai trocando informações e fazendo novas parcerias, né? Para quem está começando, né? Como nós, né? No mercado, isso é muito importante, assim, ter um hub, ter um meio ali onde todos possam se encontrar e se conectar.
Não, isso claramente faz parte da estratégia, não é? Termos aqui um hub de economia azul. Eu acho que esse ponto do TRL é muito importante, porque é exatamente os TRLs mais baixos que nos vão permitir ao Brasil ter soluções brasileiras que possam ser competitivas, não só aqui, mas no resto do mundo, e, portanto, claramente vamos ter isso em conta quando desenharmos aqui. Não falámos de investimento, um outro sonho é criar um fundo de capital de risco só para a Blue Economy. É uma tendência muito grande já que nós vimos na Europa, que vimos Singapura em particular, no Sudoeste Asiático, em que começam a haver foco grande nessas soluções. A Wilson & Son já tem um Corporate Venture Capital, mas eu acho que, como parte deste trabalho, é algo que nós temos que trabalhar e é algo claramente que eu tenho na minha visão como algo necessário, não é? Que também ajuda os empreendedores a desenvolver as suas tecnologias. Bem, muito obrigada à Ana. Deixa passar a Aninha.
Não, gente, só para fazer um convite, a gente vai ter ali agora uns comes e bebes no nosso stand, vai ter uma chopeira ali, sexta-feira, fim de dia, quem quiser, sextou, quem quiser interagir um pouco mais, estão todos convidados.
Obrigada a todos e acompanhem este projeto, que é um projeto realmente incrível, e vem agora aí o Blue Rio 2 com uma componente também muito grande de educação ambiental, onde vamos trabalhar com muitos jovens nesta perspectiva de como é que criamos novos empreendedores na área da economia azul. Obrigada à Ana, ao André, ao Pedro, ao Frank e à Bianca. Um beijinho.
Ok.
Obrigada.
Ok, muito obrigado. Participação de todos vocês nesse painel. Obrigado, Renata Ramalhosa. Obrigado, Ana Ache, Franco Varnaza, André Porto, Pedro Ortolani, Bianca Pérez. Muito obrigado pela participação de vocês. Bom, sendo assim, damos por encerrado as atividades nesse dia. Tenham todos uma boa noite. Tem a foto,